right, good morning, and welcome all of you to UI5con 2026. Once again, it's great to see so many of you. Thanks really for taking the time to come, to see us today, to learn about UI5 and everything that we have done, that you have done as part of the ecosystem of this great product. It's almost unbelievable, I want to say, that it's been already quite a ride. And I just want to ask a quick show of hands. Who of you have been here for, let's say, at least 3 times already? Okay, wow, that's basically everybody. More than 5 times? Still a lot. Because this year marks a special anniversary, and it makes me feel old, but it's been 10 years of UI5con already, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, thinking about it, in the age of AI, it almost feels unreal that we can talk about a technology for such a long time, but it keeps innovating, it keeps being more and more modern, and you will see a lot of this today also in the sessions when we look at the agenda. So again, thanks for coming here, and as usual, there's a few people we need to thank for making this whole event possible. Our great sponsors and partners, Neptune and all of the others that have really helped us this year again. Putting together a really, really great conference. Thanks to all of you, really, from the bottom of our hearts, because without you, once again, this would not be possible. It's really great to have you as partners in all of this journey. So today's sessions are structured around colors this year. So we have 3 different rooms for you. This is the orange room. This is the main keynote hall, also where the keynote will be held in a few minutes. You will see the agenda for the keynote room, for this orange room right here. Then also, when you exit, you can go upstairs. There are 2 more rooms. This will be the pink and the blue room. Those are the breakout rooms that we have in the top floor of this building. Maybe one more look, and what's important, the break will be at 12:15 noon today until 1:50. Again, your canteen is right over here, so if you exit to your left. To the SAP employees, you can also use the standard canteens, obviously, in the buildings right next door. Good, so what else is to say? We have also a format, again, upstairs. It's the UX testing sessions. You can come and help us also figure out how we can improve our product, so please make use of this. I heard there's also some goodie and giveaways, so maybe you want to check this out. This will be good. Overall, the venue, to most of you, you know it already. This is a quick map of it. We do have Wi-Fi access. Here's the name of the Wi-Fi and also the username and password, so please maybe take a quick photo of this one if you want to connect to our infrastructure. Smoking, again, is outside only. And then there's just a few more words I need to say. Obviously, there's a code of conduct. Be nice to each other, but we've had great experiences in the past years. So please keep doing what you're doing. All right, there's one more thing I was asked to mention as well. As I already mentioned, the age of AI, we also want to understand how AI affects your UI development tasks. So there's a survey out, and it would be really great if many of you could help us understand your view on this topic and your needs as well. It would be great if you could take a quick screenshot of this one as well and take part in our survey. Good, and with this, once again, thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks to the sponsors, as mentioned before. Also, big round of applause to the organization team again this year, who've put together a tremendous event for us. And with this, there's not much more I need to say, but have fun today. Really enjoy yourselves at UI5con 2026. The stage now over to Stefan Beck and Peter Muessig for the keynote. Guys, have fun. Enjoy, everybody. Have a great day.
Hey, good morning.
Welcome.
Happy to see you.
UI5con.
Let's switch the slides.
Good. Is that unbelievable? 10 years of UI5con here at Roth. I think, just to clarify, the one in Frankfurt was 1 year earlier. And now, after 10 years of innovation in UI5con, also we finally see the nodding phoenix on our keynote slides, thanks to Peter, the master of the slides. Good. Good. 1 year passed since we have been the last time here. That means, in our words, we have released 12 minor releases, 22 patches, 6,800 commits by roughly 140 contributors.
To be precise, this is only Open UI5. This is not the whole SAP UI5 stack.
Okay, and this spans then over into the releases that we have shipped in between 138 up to 150 that was just released. And there's a lot of new things and innovations in, and it's always hard to pick the ones that we present today, and therefore I really appreciate this time that we get external help and things have been perceived. So if you look into the Web Almanac 2025 of the most accessible UI frameworks, OpenUI5 made it on the 3rd place, what is really underlining our efforts in striving towards WCAG 2.2 and ARIA 1.2.
I hope this is worth a round of applause for all the tough work the developers in UI5 did to make that happen.
Good, and as always, there are news around the web components.
Yeah,
Peter.
the web components have finally been landed. So after I showed you several times at the UI5con how you can use web components natively even in UI5, it now has landed also in our delivery that we integrate more and more web components out of the box into delivery. And one example is here the GeoMap control, which is available in MDC as the GeoMap component. Yeah. And having now also then the seamless web component support, having a TypeScript support for that, this now completes the overall offering what we have done around web components. And I would say this is now ready for a general usage, and we also make use for that in our offerings. And there's one thing to mention with the GeoMap.
Exactly, there's also good news that we will provide it as open source soon, finally.
So the web component and the UI5 library for that in Open UI5.
Good. Also, we made improvements in our TypeScript documentation, especially we also made them now nicely accessible in GitHub to crawlers so that LLMs and agentic development environments can make use of it.
Maybe to add one thing, because you see that maybe here in the screenshot, we added here the TypeScript API reference to the GitHub pages, and this makes now the crawlers and the LLMs being able to scan that. And with that, we hopefully get in the future much better results and a better TypeScript support by the AI, by the coding agents.
Okay, and also the QR codes that you see on the slides take you there. And also the good news is we have now compatibility with the version 6 that was out since quite some time, but also I think especially last week the version 7 was released, and also we have directly done the compatibility around it. Now there's one more thing to come, especially around TypeScript, but this is just a teaser. We will do it later.
Do that later.
I just can say it's one of Peter's favorite topics. Let's continue with some other awesome stuff.
Maybe the one of you understood the hint. Okay, so one other thing which came as well is the debugging tools. I think for the ones of you who have listened to UI5 Live, I think every one of you should listen to that, or you should at least be aware of that. It's an Open UI5 org events, and we have every month the UI5 Live event where we present also things from our UI5 development and from the community. You are also invited to present something there. But here we showed the new debugging tools, and when you see that on the right-hand side in this debug console, once you use the query parameter sap-ui-debug-tools equals true, you are able in the console to enter ui5.help as a function call, and then you get this information. Check that out, play with that. It's experimental for now since 1.49 of UI5, and I think this will enhance a lot the debugging capabilities, make it more user-friendly at the end. And finally, Robin, I saw you. Finally, it has landed. The bound filters are available in UI5 since 1.46. We also had it in the UI5 Live session a while back. Yeah, it was, if you just click once more, it was a ticket which has been opened even before the first UI5con in Roth started. So and the gute Wolf reported that, and Robin made us aware last year again in the Q&A session that maybe we should check that out and maybe provide that. And now, finally, since 1.46, it's there. You can use it, and this simplifies a lot the way how you do filtering in UI5.
Some things take time. So let's see. Good segue to legacy-free. We've talked about that
no
already.
Legacy, so no filtering.
No pressure. Cleaner, faster in execution, future-proof regarding the planned upgrade. So Peter, where are we? What happened? How
so
to
if you go to the next slide, I try to build a small overview on what had happened around the legacy-free version of UI5. So we definitely cleaned up a lot in the core. We get rid of the synchronous APIs to load our modules or to load data. We worked on asynchronous module loadings or asynchronous loading capabilities. We got rid of the globals and we deprecated a lot of the APIs. So this is happening, or was happening in the core as a foundation to make it possible that on the top layers, like the UI5 libraries, or like the Fiori Launchpad and Fiori Elements, we could also drive or move the cleanup even on the layers on top, and that's what we did here as well. So on the UI5 libraries, we are mostly done. Maybe some rare libraries, which are not often used, they are still not 100% legacy-free, but all the basic libraries we usually use, they are legacy-free in the meantime. And stop. There is the Launchpad available, also having the new sandbox available. They provide new async services for us. And on the Fiori element side, we started to do the cleanup some weeks back. So this will also happen soon. And then at the end, we have a great legacy-free foundation, which allows you to build applications on top of that. And this all is to fulfill our legacy-free promise. And this is what Stefan showed already, that best practices apps keep running. But there is more in order to bring our applications then later on to that. And this is up to you, Stefan.
Okay, so we continue to update the best practices. Overall, the rules remain same. So TypeScript first, no doubt. Please make everything asynchronous, no sync HR, no globals to unblock the UIs, to not block the end users. And also important to follow the guidelines so that they survive the evolutions that we will provide. And there's a great tool to help you with that. It's the UI5 linter. We talked about that, and we continuously evolve it and improve it. So with one audit and one command, you get a full audit of your application that tells you everything that needs to be corrected, and also it flags and gives hints to something that will come as a next step, but overall is your complete readiness check whether your application already is compliant. And as said, the linter has an autofix option and is able to adjust things. However, what the linter cannot do automatically, we now have a super improvement. We use AI skills that also looks into the flagging, into hinting from the linter, and take it forward and provide automated code mods that then make your applications compliant, means from flag to fix everything automatically. And with that, we really enable the scalable migration to legacy-free. And Peter has some
we did a few
show how it's working.
A small sketch on that, how it works typically. So UI5 lint, you recently, or you should at least know every one of that. Yeah, this is the tool which we scan deterministically our code base and find issues on that. And if it finds stuff, then it helps now also with the autofix functions for the things it knows to how to clean that up. Yeah, but the modernization skills can now run everything in one base. So if you use Claude with the UI5 modernization skills and say fix my code base, then first of all, and if you click further, the UI5 linter will be executed by the modernization skills to check what is currently, what findings are in this project, yeah? And then it uses the MCP server to scan for solutions for that, and finally checks which code mods should be executed on the code base to clean it up. And with that, we can now even go beyond the deterministic fixes the UI5 linter provides and really clean up the code base nearly to 100% to get really a clear code base. And with that, this is all you need to do to make your code base clean your app.
Good as also to showcase what the tools can do of today. We have also taken some S4HANA apps. And maybe the most left one is not the best sample, but also would like to be transparent.
But we want to also see it in a hard one. Yeah,
the hard ones. So this one has 8,500 findings in the beginning. The black number 4,000, roughly 400, is then the result after the autofix capability of the linting. Then the roughly 500 issues is then after the AI run completed. And so we have been able to migrate or to fix 94% of the findings. The application in the middle shows the top level, what can be currently achieved with 99% in the end, and the 90% here is maybe the bottom line, the lowest level. So in average, I would say we currently, or you can achieve altogether with the help of AI, 95% automation, and we continue to also close these gaps.
Correct. Yeah, with that, I think we want to talk also a little bit in the direction of AI. So UI5 at the end is also a great platform for coding agents. That's also what we want to talk today a little bit about, to make really clear that we have a solid foundation for also playing a major piece in this coding, in this modern AI world. Because UI5 is typed, it's declarative and it's consistent. But let's take a look into the detailed key pillars of what UI5 has in order to support coding agents to provide and to develop perfect applications on top of that.
That means the headline is AI brings the speed and UI5 brings the trust as the overall motto. So UI5 is typed at the core. That means the AI models have all the information available before they write. There's metadata everywhere that also AIs can make use of it to reason, to come to better solutions.
Think about manifest, OData, metadata, whatever. So we have a lot of metadata in the context of UI5 applications, which can at the end being used by AI to reason about that. And this is really one of a great foundation here.
And one of the other key assets is that we have, for instance, accessibility built in, but not only accessibility, a lot of enterprise standards. That means the life of the AI agents is easier, like your life is easier as a developer, and this makes also the results stronger and better.
Yeah, another important thing is that we have seen the UI5 linter. With that, we have really, we can check the output of that, what is being generated by AI, whether it's reasonable, whether it's good, whether it's working. And the UI5 linter helps us to do at the end a checkup of that, yeah? And that's also following the best practices. Then there's the MCP servers available in UI5, where it can check the documentation about the things which are, let's say, deprecated and stuff like that, and which need to be changed. It also has access to the controls in order to know what kind of controls are available, to select one of these controls at the end to build your UIs on top of that. And the last thing is, and I think this is a very strong argument for UI5, which no other framework has in that way, is there is this lifecycle decoupling between the framework and the application. So application built today with UI5, this may also run in the future, in 5, 10 years, whatever, even though if the framework evolves. And this also is an investment that the generation, the tokens you spend for building the app will also continue to be relevant in the future. And there, maybe you have asked yourself, why secure? Because we have really a secure platform for developing apps on top of with a coding agent. Because UI5 is per se a secure framework. We take care that we harden our dependencies, that we have a production chain where we ensure that there is only the thing included we really know, and we can guarantee that it's safe. And we know what's inside. We have the bombs, we know all the things, yeah, and we are really controlling what goes into UI5 and how is this being integrated in our delivery. And this is the thing we provide you, or we provide a coding agent at the end to build up on top of that a real UI5 application, which is built then on the top of a secure foundation. So, and this should be the
Good.
point.
So, what have we done on top? We have now additional UI5 plugins for coding agents to bring additional skills into that. You can also read it here, so best practice skills around accessibility, how to write QUnit tests, how to write OPA tests, information about tables, integration cards. We have TypeScript conversion skills that help you to get something into TypeScript, as this is our strong recommendation, you know. And we already talked about the modernization skills that you just saw in the previous slides. We continue the same journey now for theming, that you have lifecycle support around theming, that you have support how to theme, how to use the tokens, and what we have mentioned already, that we have the MCP servers available for OpenUI5, SAP UI5, and also web components.
Okay.
Good.
With that, I think that's what we want to say about the coding capability, the agentic capabilities for UI5. But there are
to come, more of the agentic capabilities.
Guests in the house.
And for this, we have now special guests from Fiori Elements. Please welcome, take care, Klaus and Ian on stage. Hi, welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, I'm Ian Quigley, and this is Klaus, and we're from the SAP Fiori team. And we're going to talk a little bit about the agentic capabilities that we've added in the last year to our tooling suite. So, by default, your AI agent can suggest Fiori code, but of course, it's prone to hallucinations. It doesn't understand the project structure of your Fiori application well. It can't access the OData service in the back end, and it can't reliably generate a Fiori Elements application. So what we hope to solve is, by delivering our MCP server for SAP Fiori, we hope to solve that and allow the LLM to understand your Fiori tech stack of your project. So what can it do? So we've delivered a number of features in our MCP server this year. Firstly, and probably most importantly, it has a RAG database of Fiori documentation, UI5 documentation, and documentation on our annotations. So what this allows us to do is this allows us to scale what our tooling can do. So if you ask the LLM to do something specific with your Fiori application, the LLM then queries our MCP server, hopefully talks to the RAG database, gets back a detailed document on the best practice to do that thing, and also has some code samples on how that would be done generically. And the idea is the LLM then takes that information, learns within that transaction, learns what it can do, and then applies that to your project. It can also scan your projects for existing Fiori applications, so it knows where it needs to execute and where it needs to look. It can fetch OData from the back end for your safe systems in VS Code, and from that it can then generate a Fiori Elements application in a reliable and consistent way, whether that's a wrap backend or a CAP backend. And we do have some tooling elements in there as part of our MCP server to allow you add, modify, and change things within your existing Fiori Elements application. But I guess the biggest element is the search, that we allow the LLM be guided in best practice for Fiori. So the good news is, where you can get this MCP server, by default, it's in SAP Business Application Studio. If that's your development environment, it's included as part of your Fiori dev space or your full stack dev space. You just need to launch the AI agent, and it's there alongside the UI5 MCP server and CAP MCP server. If you're using Visual Studio Code, it's bundled as part of our SAP Fiori Tools extension pack. So again, you just launch Copilot in Visual Studio Code and you get it. But of course, you can install it yourself if you want from the MCP registry on GitHub, and also as part of our Claude Code plugin, which we'll talk about in a little bit more detail in a moment. Okay, so if the MCP server is the primitive that sits on top of your LLM, I guess skills are at the next level, and skills, in our case, should provide deep domain knowledge to complete a task on your Fiori Elements application. And this, in our case, gives you the ability to reliably do things to your Fiori Elements application, and again, reduce the number of hallucinations that the AI is delivering for you. So what can our skills do? At the moment, we have 6, which we've delivered this year. You can create a new Fiori Elements application. You can add charts and tables to an existing list report. You can add visual filters to your application. You can invoke our CLI commands from the open source that we have delivered without knowing what those commands are. The skill will handle that for you. You can validate your Fiori Elements application using our built-in ESLint skill. And most recently, we've added the ability to generate OPA tests for your Fiori Elements application to protect your investment. And I know Dominik is going to talk to that in a little bit more detail later on in his session. Okay, finally, just to mention, we have a Claude Code plugin, which will provide you with the MCP server and the 6 skills that I've mentioned. It's just one install, there's no configuration required, and yeah, I guess that's best practice for how to work with our AI agent code. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Klaus, who's going to give us a demo in that.
Thanks a lot, Ian. I would like to show what you just said last, so the Claude plugin that contains our MCP server and our skills. That is probably the easiest way to, I'm already there, easiest way to get started. So what do we have here, and what do we want to do? We have here, let me quickly show, a CAP application. That's the typical structure of the CAP application. And I want to run first Claude in this folder. First, I want to have a look what it actually is. The start, and that should figure out how to run the script, the npm script, and start the application, opening a browser. Let's give it a second. And please ignore my user ID all over in the terminal. I'm not supposed to show that, but yeah. So here we have the application. It's a travel application, sample application with travels to different destinations, and I have accepted here, and I have also rejected travels. Sorry for that. And what I would like to do is I would like to show the costs by destination. So in here, in my Cloud code, I'm going to check my plugins, because that is where you would install the Fiori plugin. So if I enter here Fiori, I can look up for Fiori, but I have already installed it because every minute in the Keynote counts. So here is the MCP server plugin. And if you check that, check that out, it has skills. Right now, these are the list of skills that we have. I'm going for the SAP Fiori analytical chart, and we have also the MCP server. So going back, I'm going to select here the analytical chart skill, and I give it a text. Here I write what I want to do. I want to show the chart that calculates the cost by destination, and I want to start that now. And next to it, I would like to have a look at the application. So the first thing is it makes a plan. It needs to change the CDS entries or annotations. And I'm going to allow that for sure. And I'm going to go to auto mode so that I don't miss the next allow. And another step would be to change the manifest to hybrid view. And then after some work, it still tries to figure out whether everything was good. But I see already there is a success. I can see San Francisco, Sydney are the most expensive destinations for traveling to. Of course, it's fully functioning Fiori Elements applications, so I can select here, deselect here, use the chart for filter. And that's it from my side. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's switch back. Can you switch back the slides? So Klaus and Ian will have also be on the X on a session around 10:55, where they also talk again a little bit more in detail about what they have shown right now. Then there is an expert corner around there, and around 4 p.m. this afternoon, you find here also a session about metadata-driven test generation for SAP Fiori elements. Yeah, so if you want to learn more about all that, then this is the thing you have to go. Good. With that, you are not? Yeah, then I can continue. Thank you. Yeah, there is one more guest we want to show. It's Stefan Beck from UI5 Flexibility. He wants to show the agentic capabilities of UI5 Flexibility for us. Let's go.
Okay, so hello everybody. So far we have seen mostly the agentic capabilities for creating new applications, and I'm very excited to also show you some of the new agentic tooling that is coming to the low-code, no-code, and pro-code stories when adapting existing applications via UI5 Flexibility. So let's jump right into a quick demo video. And in this first scenario, you're going to see the new Joule integration in the key user adaptation mode. So basically, our scenario is here that we have a quite complicated change we want to make, which involves some expression binding, which is required to embed some content in the application. So now we are adapting a standard application here, so therefore we need to use flexibility for that. And instead of handwriting this complicated expression binding, we're just going to impress this as a natural language intent and pass it to Joule instead, and it will take care of creating this on its own. So what's happening is that Joule is actually analyzing the change requirements we have sent to it, and then it will use the real Flex APIs under the hood to do all the kind of stuff like starting the adaptation mode and also getting all of the required context to create the changes. So this involves, for example, your data models, the bindings which are available, or even just what elements are on the screen and to what extent they can be adapted. And this, of course, has a lot of advantages, all this context, compared to some generic AI-based browser automation tools, because this context makes it more reliable and faster. So in the meantime, Joule has already completed this and has now created a change. So it will now start the visualization mode and involve the user again as the human in the loop here to confirm the changes. And we can see our newly created embedded content here. So once we confirm this and tell Joule that it looks good, it will automatically save these changes and activate them as a new version. And overall, this cannot just be used for complicated changes, but for example, also if you have more complex change requirement documents, for example, from an end user or from a client, which involve multiple changes, then you can let Joule do all of them instead of having to do them all by your own. So let's actually have a look at a second example. And this time it's a bit different because these two changes now require an adaptation project. They can't be done in the key user mode because they require some custom code and view extension. So Joule will now actually pivot towards guidance. So instead of creating the changes in key user mode, it will create a handover prompt for us that we can then pass to a coding agent instead. And this handover prompt already basically includes all of the required information to create an adaptation project. So for example, the system ID or the application ID, and of course, which changes need to be made. So now we can switch to a coding agent like Claude Code, and we pass our handover prompt there. And it will use the Fiori Tools MCP server that Klaus and Ian have shown earlier, where we now added some additional capabilities, which are upcoming, which allow it to create the adaptation project and also work with it. So that's what's happening right now. The creation is running in the background. It uses all of the information it has received for the system ID and so on to automatically create it. And it can even take over the key user change we've just created in the key user mode. So there's now a seamless transition between the two scenarios, which is very convenient because you don't have to worry about this upfront anymore. It doesn't require any knowledge or decision upfront, whether you need an adaptation project or whether you can do all of it in a key user mode. So this is very convenient, and this feature is actually already available as part of the latest Fiori Tools version. So now the adaptation project is created, and what's happening is that basically Claude is now doing the changes with the MCP server, and this is again similar, so it's using the Flex APIs, it has all of the runtime context, plus we will also introduce some additional MCP tools to get all the OData context it requires, to get information about the manifest, for example, to basically also know the original controller code so that it can do the changes in the best possible way. And this all together, so this OData context plus the app context, allows us to create not only controller extensions and view extensions, but even local annotation files where we can extend your data source, which will be used here as well in order to complete our change. And yeah, basically when comparing this to the coding agent on its own, it's just much faster. It's more reliable because it has pre-baked flows and processes into it. And then it also hallucinates less because of all this context it gets. So it knows exactly where to plug in stuff in the application and how to bind properties, for example. So now it has also completed, and we can have a look at the final result quickly, and in a second you will see our final application, which now has the changes from the developer mode. So we have seen here now the competitor search in the list report, and on the object page you can see our iframe, so our embedded content is still there, and we now also have newly bound contact supplier information. So to summarize, these tools combined allow us to have a new natural language intent-based approach to flexibility, which is still grounded in all of the application runtime context and in all of the additional data context, so it's very reliable. There's this seamless transition between the two modes, so we can switch directly from key user to developer mode. And finally, you of course get also all the advantages of Flex still, so it's basically modification-free on top of your existing application, therefore stays upgrade stable and a clean standard application. So with that, that concludes our small demonstration. If you want to see the full flow, or if you have any questions about the AI topic or about flexibility in general, then we're more than happy to meet you at the expert corner at 1:20. And with that, back to you, Stefan. Thanks, everybody.
Very well done.
Thanks, Stefan.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah.
we always have our fights, but the first time that you did turn off my microphone. So, Peter. Anyways,
Yeah, I paid a bit for that.
good. Now that I'm able to speak again. So, you saw our direction. That's basically we do everything. That it's no longer you who writes the code. You are in an agentic environment. You let the agents with our skills, with our tools, do the code, and it's not only code. We just saw the continuation in the flexibility area, and obviously the same will be overall in the end user UI. And also to give, I know the watch, to give you also one.
That may be the first time that we are in time for the keynote, yeah?
Okay, so again, final word on this one. We also saw and measured that we are, let's say, on the same level, like for instance React from the generation times. If you do a fair comparison with internationalized, with test, real application, it takes the same time. But what you can also see from our secure platform, it's usually less expensive, as a lot of features are built in that AI models have not to take care of. So it's cheaper to work with UI5 token-wise. And with that, we go to the next slide.
Yeah, we are already on that slide. We want to talk about three more things, yeah?
A few more things, and let's go directly into learn.
It's about learn,
that's my
explore,
part.
and validate.
That's a quick part. So we have brought our sample applications into tutorials and samples into the tutorial sample, so to speak, into GitHub. So they are all available,
better, Stefan.
all available with JavaScript and TypeScript now. And so they are at your fingertips. And now, the moment that Peter is eagerly waiting for, let's continue.
Because maybe you have guessed about explore or this later, what this could mean with the cornered brackets. Did one of you guessed that? The guys from the Code Jam yesterday, they had a sneak peek already. They were lucky to get that. So the next thing is that we worked on the JSX runtime for UI5. So making an alternative way how views can be visualized or how implemented, and we want to also make use of JSX and more likely on TSX. And this is something where we have worked hard now to make it possible for today to announce this really as an incubation project on the UI5 community, which can be used by you guys to do your stuff with that. And let me quickly go into that, because so the QR code on top right brings you to the UI5 community. Not this one, and JSX runtime. So this is the place, so I could have also clicked the link. And here we have a nice GitHub page, which is fully built with UI5. So this really gives you some information how to get started with JSX and TSX for UI5. And what we did here is we worked on a small JSX runtime for UI5, which makes it possible that you can write the views in the future like this. So you have a real type view in UI5, then you can use to create content, and here inside you can use then JSX tags, and this can be then used to write your view. And here you see some examples. There is some learning material also in. It explains how to get started with that, how to enrich your TypeScript project or your native JavaScript project to get started with that. And with that, you can then really make use of that. And I prepared a small project yesterday because with the guys from the Code Jam, we built a small project using this JSX runtime. So what it does at the end, so you need in your project two more things, two dependencies. So on the one hand side, we need the plugin transform React JSX, which converts the JSX text into these JSX function calls. This is build time. And then there is the JSX runtime available, which at runtime then converts these JSX function calls in the UI5 constructor calls for the controls. So it's a very lightweight and thin bridge. And with that, you can then make use in your view of this typing. So let me show this UI. So this is the one. And here you see there is the event handler built in who says hello JSX. So if I click, this is the example. Let's make now an input control inside quickly. Input, you see I have type completion. So TypeScript, we get it. And now we get also the full context about which properties are available. Let's say we use value now. And for the value, I use hello JSX or hello UI5con. And this is it. So if I do that, now my hello UI5con comes up. But what I want to do is now I want to connect that the message shows the value from that. So I put an ID here, ID, hello input, and then I say in this one here, this dot by ID, this is the view, hello input, get value. And as it's TypeScript, it asked me to cast that to make this really, oh yeah, some nice recommendation. So finally, nothing changed, but if I click, I get the content here. If I do changes here, everything is running. So you see JSX, TSX for UI5 is available. This is an incubation project. So if you like that, then on this project, give feedback. There is a feedback button on that. And if there is enough positive reactions on that, we are also bringing this into the standard. Okay, so let's go next. There is the last thing, validate. There's the UI5 CLI V5 coming up. There is an alpha version out there. There will be a session directly after this session in the Audi Max talking about this and other things around the CLI. So also this, play with the UI5 CLI V5, provide some feedback on that. Yeah, this is also a nice thing, a nice evolution with a great improvement on how the CLI visualize what happens in the console. And last thing, up and back to you, Stefan.
Good. So this is now a forward-looking topic, looking into the future. So if we think of the three major pillars of an UI stack, we said it's one experience for the developers and agents alike. It's one secure platform, kind of think of an enterprise-grade harness that comes out of the box with features out of the box. And it's one set of capabilities that agents, developers, and also end users can use. And now, for the ones who has seen SAP presentations at Sapphire or other presentations or stumbled around Joule Work, for instance, Joule Work is already a new generative UI that, by the way, the controls are built by our organization, so we know how to do it, but they use an experience that goes beyond Fiori. And this is one of the questions. So if you want one experience, what does it mean? The same is now true for instance, for one set of capabilities. If you look there, the AI generates JSON render as a structure who tells you how the screen looks like. There's a similar external protocol, A to UI, agents to UI, something similar, or what we just saw, JSX also goes into that direction. And this is basically for us a kind of a trigger to think, and also the reason why Frederic presented the survey, or why we asked for the survey. We have also assumption currently, or I can talk about my personal assumption, that what we have planned with version 2 is not far enough. We have to do a bigger step to catch up with all these things, and this is why I'm now looking forward to all the discussions today, to your questions in the Q&A, and to you filling the survey so that we can take the right decisions going forward.
Yeah, with that, it's done for the keynote. It's nearly in time, yeah. But I think this time you have 7 minutes of a break afterwards, and you can relax before the next session starts. So I wish you a great UI5con. Enjoy, learn a lot, explore a lot, build a lot, whatever. And have fun.
Thanks for being here.
Hi together to our first session today. A big welcome to Florian Vogt and Tommy Lam. They will present UI5 tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome also from our side. Really happy to be back on stage this year. So it's 2026, and last time when we presented our tools around UI5, I thought this year might be a little bit more silent because last year we presented so many things which we still had in preview, and I thought about what we could share today, but in the end, things changed and we have a lot to share. So that's the reason why we are back on stage. So before I give you an update on what we did this year on UI5 tool side, first of all, why we have tools at UI5 at all. I think that's really an important question for us, why we build tools. Because tools is something if you have no use case, you should not build a tool. And therefore we have currently 4 buckets. So we have dev experience, we have performance, we have quality, and of course we have AI. And all in these 4 buckets, all the tools we build are going into these buckets. So that's important that we improve the dev experience, have a really great dev experience for developers creating, adjusting UI5 projects, that we have a really good performance on the runtime where tools can support to achieve that. Of course, have a really good quality in your project. Also there we have tools. And of course, a really good integration into the agent world that also not only humans can build applications well, but also agents. So I did a brief overview about these 4 buckets and also which tools we currently offer at UI5. So of course, I would say the oldest tool which we have is the UI5 CLI, which is well known as the CLI on your machine. We have the UI5 CLI extensions, which is on top of the CLI, offer you some extensions which are not needed every time, right? It's my add-on mechanism. Then we have a bunch of other ones that it's not only maintained by us, right? So for example, the UI5 Test Runner project, that's a famous project by our colleague Arnaud Buchholz, which is really, really famous. Then of course we have the UI5 Language Assistant, which is also part of SAP. And in the area of quality, we did a lot in the last years, right? We have a really older project, which is called the UI5 Inspector, which is there for a longer time, which tests your applications in the runtime in your Chrome. And then we have the linter, of course, which is a CLI tool to validate your project on your machine. And we have the UI5 Renovate preset config, where you can get updates of UI5 easily in your project, so you don't have to check if there's a new version available, because the Renovate will inform you. So if you are interested in that topic, last year at UI5con we had a talk about that. Check this out, it's on YouTube. And of course, now in the world of AI, we have a bunch of new projects, which I want to show you later on. So today, we have 3 parts where we want to talk about. First of all, UI5 CLI, what's going on there. Then, of course, the agentic world. And a really special part of this agentic world will be presented by my colleague Tommy, which is a really great demo. So last year at UI5con, we talked about UI5 CLI in a really early, or UI5 CLI UI5 in a really early stage. And let me just rephrase that. It was last year we had a brief overview about all the features which we had currently already on our machines in a really draft state. And this year we are much closer. So of course you can try things out. And that's the reason why we want to give you an update today. It's not only it's not a repeat of last year, it's much more. And of course, one really important note, right? So last year I checked the slides from last year yesterday, and I saw, okay, there were another name on the slides. And that's true, right? Last year on stage, we talked about UI5 tooling. We didn't talk about UI5 CLI. So you might wonder what's happening here, or what happened here. So we renamed that to UI5 CLI. We have a blog post available. Check that out if you're interested. I explained it very detailed why we did that. So overall, we retrieved over the last a few years already the feedback. Hey, what's the difference between SAP Fiori tools? What's the why it's the NPM name differs from the one from the actual name? And it was really a lot of confusion. And then we thought about, okay, what's kind of the future of this tool? And we know that's the central point where consumers use UI5 in the console, in the terminal. And therefore, we decided, let's rename that. We did the whole renaming process. So now, if you hear someone UI5 tooling, now it's UI5 CLI, and it's the same. So what we have achieved over the last year. So why we rebranding the UI5 CLI? We also created a completely new UX for the documentation experience. So you see here, that's the new documentation of UI5 CLI in the dark mode, and we have, of course, also light mode. Where in that case, I want to really say a lot of thank you to Holger Schäfer, who did this famous UI5 WritePress projects, which we used to create this new documentation, and we have enhanced it with really a lot of specific API. For example, we have an API viewer deeply integrated into this documentation. You don't have to jump between different pages. Everything on documentation for UI5 CLI is integrated in this new experience. So to recap a little bit, why we have UI5 CLI at all? What are the main tasks of this project? So the basic tasks are to initialize new UI5 projects. It offers a development server for local development, and it builds the actual project or the application. So that's kind of the basic task of this tool. It's really important because we have a lot of performance aspects into this tool, because it minifies all the resources. It creates the preload files so that you have a really good performance on runtime. And also it creates the source maps, which makes the debugging easier in a productive application. The local development is really important for the dev experience, right? So Peter showed before the UI5 ecosystem showcase, which is a huge marketplace where the community, you created a lot of middleware tasks which you can plug and play into the UI5 in your project and extend your local development to your needs. And we, from the UI5 team, we offer also additional middlewares, for example, code coverage middleware, but also middleware to serve the directory in your local project. So it's all about that we come with a preset of middlewares to improve the dev experience, but a lot of middlewares coming from you, from the community, which you can easily extend. And now, big announcement, UI5 CLI UI5 is on the way. So we have already a pre-release available on NPM, so you have to look for the next tag on NPM, and you can already install the next UI5 version. It's in an alpha phase to your machine and to try things out. So currently we have 3 major features part of this UI5 CLI UI5 pre-release. First of all, it's a component type, which we presented last year. We have implemented a build cache, which improves the local dev experience. I will give you a demo on that later on. And we have built a built-in live reload feature. So I know a lot of people using the middlewares which are available outside of our in the ecosystem showcase, and we had we retrieved a lot of feedback that people said, hey, why you cannot offer that? Now we have it bake it into UI5 CLI UI5. So what's the component type? So over the last years, we retrieved a lot of feedback that people maintaining a lot of different UI5 projects in one repository, in one project, right? And they want to serve locally different UI5 applications in one environment. And currently, UI5 CLI, we had some workarounds available where you can do this to work with multiple projects at the same time. But we already knew that this has to be changed, and we have to have a better setup for that. And therefore, we invented now the component type, which allows you that you have one application, which is usually a root application, and then you can import and serve multiple components at once in your project. So when you should use that? I would say the one reason is that you have a faster and simpler setup for multi-project development, but also it is targeting applications which has no separate HTML entry point. So maybe if you're building apps only for work zone, so you don't have a special entry point for your application, then you can go with this component type. So we have the UI5 build cache, and that's really something new which we presented last year. I think last year we still called it incremental build as a demo. And this feature is, I would say, the most refactoring feature which we developed in the team over the last years. It's huge refactoring of the whole code base to allow much better performance for local development. So what means that? So we have a build now, and we cache the build results. That means if you're working locally, it's much faster. You can reuse build results from your last build, and in your local development setup, you can consume the build resources. And that's something what a lot of people said, that's something what they need, that they have locally the same experience than in the production. So the goal was here, when we brainstormed about this feature, what you build is what you serve. So that we have a closer alignment between the build result of the UI5 CLI and the one which you have in the local development server. So as of today, we have kind of this target picture, right? We have on the dev side, on the development side, we have the UI5 server, which consumes the middleware, and it uses the source files, and if you open your application, you get the source files in your browser. And if you build the application, then you produce the minified resources, the preload files, and then you get the build files. So it's a completely different world. With this new build cache feature, we changed the setup. So in the end, we have one single point of truth of the data, which is the build cache, the build files, and the builder creates these files, the server consumes these files, and the server triggers the builder to rebuild a new file if you change it, for example. And when we did that, we thought, hey, when we're doing this major refactoring, why we cannot offer live reload with the same time, right? That makes a lot of sense, because if I change a file and then it's built, it might be the best that it already reloads on your browser, and that you don't have to change. And therefore, we have implemented this live reload, so the browser auto refreshes if you change your file, and it's built in, so you don't have to plug and play any other external middleware for that. So how it works? So you have the files, your local file system, and you change it. So you change a character. Then UI5 Builder detects that there's a file change, and it re-triggers the build for this specific file. It notifies the UI5 server that there is a change, and then the server refreshes the browser via WebSocket connection. So that's one feature, and therefore I will give you now a demo. So you already see now here on the screen the console output heavily change with UI5 CLI. So one. So I have now checked out the UI5 nested component scenario. This is a repo which we showed several times over the last years. It's usually initially inspired by a project which Xiaowei, a colleague of mine, has created on the UI5 demo kit, which is an application to plug and play with UI5 routing multiple components in one app. And this is, of course, the perfect use case to work with the component type, but also with the incremental build.
So you say, I do now an UI5 serve in this project. Took a little longer. Yeah, no. So you see now that this is how it looks like. So we have built an application. We get an overview, which is the application, which UI5 CLI version we are using, and also where we have the app hosted. And we get a status batch if the cache is ready, or if, for example, the cache is in, there's some changes and it has to be rebuilt, or it's rebuilding. That's kind of the overview you get. And so we have here now this app, and you see that's kind of that's the UI5 nested component application. Gives you an overview about suppliers, categories, products, and you wonder why this color is there. I think it was UI5con 2021 where we presented you this app. So the outer one is one component, the yellow one is one component, and the blue one is another component. So it's a deeply nested component setup. And what I wanted to show you is now, I have here just one file open, which is in this case the properties file to produce an output. So what will happen now is I change now here this text, which is the one here, and you will see I did this one here, save, reload it, and immediately it's there. So we have a really fast live reload feature available, and that's built. That's the build result. So in that time when we did that, the rebuild of the UI5 CLI is triggered, and you get the build resources for this application. So I just give you here an overview. So now we have a lot of components available. And last year, Marvin did a great demo for this one. Because you have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components. And if you remember how long it would take, everyone has a dependency to sub-M, to sub-core, sub-core. And the cool thing is now, so if you would build it with UI5 CLI v4, the whole projects are rebuilt. And now, if I do now a build, it uses the resources which are already on the local file machine. So now it rebuilds the application. Oh, it detects, oh, I have already built the project here. I don't have to do it again because I have built it already and placed it in the cache. So also this scenario is not much more faster than in the past. And what I want to also show to you is we have also enabled, now I a little bit crashed my setup. We have built a light mode and a dark mode. And so that's one also for the console. If you have using a light terminal, it's in blue mode. And if you're on a dark background terminal, you get this output. So we are looking for feedback. It's still in the pre-release phase. Just give us a hint, write me an email or on GitHub, open an issue. We're really looking forward for feedback for the pre-release before we do it as official release. Exactly, so now it's time for another project, which is the agentic development with UI5. So last year at UI5con, we talked a lot about UI5 CLI, also about UI5 linter, and we already had a few months ago, we had already some internal POCs and innovation projects, how we can leverage AI with UI5. But we were kind of still in a beta mode, and we were not really sure, does these projects still be relevant in future, because the speed is so rapid on the AI race that often you develop something and 2 weeks later it's already out of date. And therefore, we as UI5 is a really stable framework, and we do not want to disturb the developers with new tools which are no longer relevant after a few days. It's really important that we build things which can last longer. And therefore, we had a longer, I would say, brainstorming phase where we thought about, okay, what are our goals in this agentic world? And first of all, what we want to offer is we want to offer a really state-of-the-art integration into the creating, but also in the enhancing of UI5 projects with agents. That's really important. We want to that this agent output following the best practices and also to avoid legacy patterns, which, to be honest, 2 years back when we worked with the first releases of ChatGPT and other models, the output was really bad. So the applications look like, UI5 applications look like 10 years back, the first UI5 release. So it was really, we know we have to do something there to improve this experience. And another goal is that the agent can be your pair programmer, right? That if you are in a project where you are not so UI5 expert, we want to offer you a deep knowledge expertise of UI5 for your team. So last year at UI5con, as I said, we only had some pre-beta, not available to the outside, only internally, some projects where we evaluated the agentic topic at all. And in September, we started to work on we released the UI5 MCP server. So directly, I think the Monday after UI5con, we started to work on the UI5 MCP server topic over the summer and released that to the public in September. Then in this year in March, we released the UI5 plugins for Claude. So if you have a Claude subscription, you use Claude on your machine, you can use the plugins. And then in June, we renamed this project to a more general term, which is called UI5 plugins for coding agents, and we added support for GitHub Copilot. So that was also feedback. We started a discussion in the community which coding agents which we support next, and thanks a lot for all the feedback we got. It was a really great discussion on GitHub, and we learned a lot, and it gave us a good picture how we should involve and which coding agents are currently used by you. And that's also something, the discussion is still there, so please comment, vote. If you have other coding agents which you are using and you think we should also support them, please reach out to us. And in July this year, we have a new plugin, which is part of this coding agents project, which Tommy will give a review later onto this one. So, which agentic capabilities we have for UI5 development, right? So we have you as a UI5 developer. Now we have the plugins for coding agents as kind of a wrapper of all the plugins which are on the agent side, and we have currently 3 plugins. So UI5 plugin, which is a default plugin for you if you're working with UI5. It offers you a lot of skills, expertise, with the help of the UI5 MCP server for you to have a really good UI5 expertise in your project with agents. Then we have the UI5 TypeScript conversion plugin, which is something you need when you convert a project from JavaScript to TypeScript. So it's something what you usually do once, and then the project is on TypeScript, and then you no longer need it. That's a use case specific plugin, and of course the modernization plugin, which is to modernize your project. So we have this world. If you're using in the Claude way or in the GitHub Copilot way, you can go with the plugins. That's the single entry point for you to consume. But we know there are still other agents available which do not have a plugin concept. And for this, for these cases, you can go with the UI5 MCP server and install the skills which are part of the different plugins on your own with the skills API. But our recommendation is, of course, go with an agent runner with plugin support, because there you get really the best results out. And another project which the team developed is the Web Components MCP server. So if you're only in the Web Components world and not in a SAP UI5 or OpenUI5 world, you can go with this MCP server. So my colleague Marvin wrote that down about the UI5 MCP server in a blog post. Check that out if you're interested. What's capable? It's from last year September, and a lot of things are already then transformed to the plugins, but it's still present in the MCP server, but it's really worth to read it and check it out. And of course, I wrote a blog post about the renaming of the plugin, and of course also describing what are specific features which we have added over the last weeks to this project, because in the beginning it was only a general UI5 guideline skills which we have added to this project, but now also control-specific guidelines were added, so it's growing. So the project is not finished, it's still in progress, but you can already consume it. It's worth to use it, but you should know we are working on it to improve it even further. Yeah, and now I have just a small demo to give you that you see how it looks like and where we are present. So this one here I want to show you, not this one. I have to get my desktops in shape. Yes, that's the agent runner view of VS Code, and here you have the plugins. A section where you can prompt something, and you have a console here, and here you can go to the plugins. You can go say browse marketplace, and then you can type UI5, and you will find the UI5 plugins, because we are part of the official default marketplaces of Claude and of GitHub Copilot, so no need to install a specific UI5 marketplace. We have a strong collaboration with Anthropic, so we are here official in the Claude marketplace enabled, and also for GitHub an awesome Copilot marketplace, which is maintained by GitHub. We have added the UI5 plugins to be consumed directly. Said that, handing over to Tommy. Tommy, I'm looking forward to your part.
Okay, thanks a lot, Florian. So let me... All right, also hello from my side. Before we are going to look into modernizing your 5 apps, I'd like to start with a very familiar situation. So here on the screen you can see a perfectly working UI5 application, right? It's an actual Fiori application, and you know the business is running smoothly, the users are happy, the customer is happy, and probably also the developers are happy. And as long as everything works, there's actually no reason to change anything, right? Well, until there is actually. I'm pretty sure many of you have seen a screen like this. So this is the UI5 linter, and here on the screen it's practically screaming at us with errors and warnings about deprecated APIs, the usage of global variables, maybe some security issues, and much more. But again, if the application still works, there's very little motivation to change or fix any of those issues. Until there is actually. So the need for modernization often becomes visible when it's too late. Yeah? Things start getting in the way. Suddenly it's slowing down projects or even blocking them completely. If you think of the deprecated APIs that eventually disappear in higher framework versions, or application code that no longer meet the current security standards. Yeah? A good example is content security policy in the browser. Features like synchronous requests, inline scripts, or eval, they are no longer acceptable. Apps that haven't been updated suddenly become blockers when the teams want to adapt to new platform capabilities. If you want to migrate from JavaScript to TypeScript, maybe you want to add new build toolings or development workflows. So what once seemed harmless can actually turn into real cost. Delayed projects, harder debugging, onboarding friction. Think of a new colleague who joins the team and who learned and knows the modern best practices and suddenly has to deal with code that actually doesn't follow them. So I hope you can see that modernization isn't just about chasing the latest trends. It's rather about keeping your applications maintainable, secure, and basically ready for whatever comes next. Whether it's being on track with innovation or it's meeting those stricter security requirements, or simply being able to move fast when the business needs to change. So what is it exactly that's holding teams back? The real problem is actually not the why. Now we know the answer to that, right? Most teams know they should modernize. Maybe it's the how. let's have a look at a concrete example. This is an XML view from a real Fiori application. And, here we have a title control that uses a formatter. And the formatter is referenced with the global name. Nowadays, the better approach is slightly different, right? We use core require to load this formatter, then we assign it to a variable, and then we go ahead and use that variable instead with a proper bind call. So now you can already see it. All of the stuff here requires UI5 framework knowledge, right? And we all know that the UI5 framework has evolved over the past 10 years, and there are a lot of best practices, APIs, and that's quite a lot to keep up with, right? But coming back to this specific application, you may think, yeah, I'm a UI5 developer. I should know how to, or I know how to fix this, right? But here in this application, we saw over 160 XML files of fragments. Yeah? When we look at those numbers, that's thousands lines of code to update. Even if you know exactly what to do, doing this manually, app by app, issue by issue, that does not scale. So the how does not scale. And we believe that this is actually what's holding the teams back. It's the effort. So what if this barrier suddenly disappeared? What if modernization was only one command? Yeah? That's it. Run one command, maybe you grab a coffee, come back, and then review the diff. Yeah? That's it. We believe that modernizing, this scenario of modernizing your 5 apps is a perfect use case for coding agents. Yeah? This repetitive and rule-based work that otherwise would take developers days or even weeks. And that's why just 3 weeks ago, we released the UI5 modernization plugin. It automates your modernization journey of your application. It runs with Claude Code and GitHub Copilot, as Florian mentioned already. And it comes with the UI5 framework knowledge, encoded into 19 specialized skills. And we implemented an orchestrator that runs the entire modernization process across 5 phases, and it validates the results through 3 verification gates supporting a fully autonomous, semi-autonomous, or manual workflow. Okay, now let's see the plugin in action. For that, let me switch to the terminal. This one here, right? So now let me launch Claude. Yeah, and on this machine here, I already installed the plugin. As Florian already mentioned, they are available in the public marketplace, also for Copilot, in the awesome Copilot marketplace. And yeah, to start the modernization, we simply use the / command, and we can search for modernize UI5 app. Here you can already see this. It comes from the UI5 modernization plugin. If I press tab, I get this auto completion, and then if I want to, I can simply add additional instructions to the AI. Here I'm in an sample application, and running a full modernization of this app would roughly take 20 minutes. And it's a bit too long for the session. That's why we are going to tell the AI to basically skip the verification gates, which means we are skipping the testing in between the phases, but we want to provide or want to have the Git commits in between and a full documentation in the end. Yeah? Now I press enter, and now we can watch the AI do the work for us. But I prefer to run this in the background because it's quite noisy and hard to follow, actually. So we hope that it finishes in time. And in the meantime, let me walk you through a set of screenshots from a previous run and to explain you how the work or the plugin actually works. Now going back to the slides. So the first screenshot here, you can see yes, what I actually showed you. You can run the / command, search for modernize UI5 app, and then you can add additional instruction if you want to. Here we're skipping the verification gates. And then near the eye starts the modernization, and you can already see it leverages the UI5 linter. So the plugin is built around the UI5 linter, and it uses the linter as a source of truth. Yeah, and here in this specific application, we have 60 issues in total. And it runs the modernization across the 5 phases, as I said. And yeah, from the groundwork to more specific fixes, actually. And it starts with phase 1, which is the mechanical baseline. It uses the UI5 linter built-in autofix feature. So this is the safe mechanical stuff that can be handled automatically. And it comes with the UI5 linter, right? And then it already reduces the number of issues from 60 to 48, which is great. Yeah. The next step of phase 1 is to modernize the test starter so that we have a more modern test setup. And when the phase 1 is completed, it creates a commit. Yeah. And after each phase, there will be a git commit. So you have this clean checkpoint. So if anything doesn't look right, you can always roll back to the checkpoint when needed. So for more complex or deeper fixes, it launches multiple sub-agents. Yeah? And each of them focuses on one specific task. And this allows it to keep the context clean and avoid polluting the main conversation, actually. And every linter arrow category actually maps to one or more specialized skills so that the agent is able to exactly know how to approach each issue. Yeah, and if the tasks don't conflict, the agent also runs multiple sub-agents in parallel just to save time. So after all the 5 phases are completed, we get this nice overview with all the commits. And yeah, here the agent runs the UI5 linter one final time to verify the results. And the result here is yeah, zero findings. There's none remaining. And it also generates this a concise summary with highlighting the key transformations. So after we completed this modernization, we also ran the test to see whether they are running successful. And as you can see here with the results, everything was working fine so far. Okay, let me quickly recap on what makes the plugin reliable. Yeah. Here are some key takeaways. So first, this 5 phases orchestration. Yeah, it starts with handling the baseline or doing the mechanical fixes, and gradually moves towards more advanced and more complex code transformations. Second, it's not only linter-driven, actually. Yeah, most of the skills include detection and verification scripts, allowing the agent to actually verify the code changes. So instead of just hoping that the results are correct. Third, the git commit per phase, which is a very nice way to be in control over the changes. And if something doesn't look right, you can roll back to the exact point where maybe an issue was introduced. And finally, the application I just showed you is actually part of our testing harness, which we use for. And every skill change or any change to the plugin must run this full pipeline on a modernization pipeline on this application. So we make sure that no regressions are shipped. So you may ask, so this is the sample app is one thing, right? You may ask, does this actually work on real production code? And Peter already showed you this in the keynote and showed you some numbers. We actually tested this plugin on 3 Fiori applications. And we put quite a lot of effort actually to to make sure that also the tests, the existing tests, are running successfully in the end. And here you can see the numbers. You also saw the numbers in the keynote. After phase 1, which is the mechanical baseline, the auto fix and the test data, we already had resolved more than 48% of the issues. And by the end of all the 5 phases, we actually increased that number to around 90% and more, which is really nice. And the most important thing is the tests were successful, which is really good. We then expanded our evaluation to a broader set of applications, over 70 applications, and the resolution rate was consistent, over 90% after running all 5 phases. And you see the numbers here. That's over 300,000 lines of code changes and over 8,000 files that we changed. That's only possible with the help of AI and actually with our modernization plugin. So you saw what is working well, right? 90% of resolution rate. Now let's talk about the remaining 10%. The biggest challenge we see is actually the migration from synchronous APIs to asynchronous APIs, right? That's not a simple code change, that's an actual behavior change. It changes the runtime behavior. And in more complex business applications, even a small mechanical change can disrupt things or cause side effects, unwanted side effects. And AI, we saw that, can transform code, but it doesn't know the business context and finally cannot judge whether a subtle behavioral change is acceptable or not. So that's why we want to emphasize that the human in the loop, the human expertise remains essential. Yeah? The plugin can handle 90% of that's well-defined, repetitive, and mechanical. The final 10% is where it's actually where your judgment and your expertise really matter, right? All right, that's actually it. We can now check and see if the modernization is completed. Well, it still runs, but yeah, maybe later in the expert corner. Okay. I had multiple runs and actually was only 5 or 6 minutes. That's the live demo, right? So please try it out if you have access to coding agents. Let us know what works well, and most importantly, tell us what hurts actually, so that we can improve our plugin. Thanks a lot. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
If you want to know how to modernize your UI5 app in a manual way, there will be a hands-on session later at 11 a.m. And yeah, feel free to join there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you a lot. We have a first question here.
Thank you. Come again.
Yeah, hi. Do you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. Very impressive. One question, you mentioned that you have support for Claude code, for Copilot, Git Copilot. Did you also test other agent-capable tools? Like I'm using OpenCode AI, or let me better say Mammoth AI, because that's a European fork of OpenCode AI, and would be nice to use it there too.
Yeah, so we have, it's not only, so we tested with different models, of course. So the models is one thing, but also the agent runners, there we have a look, right? We had a look which are currently the most used agents outside there. So we have currently the OpenAI Codex is still, it's not European, right? But it's not supported so far because there they have a plugin concept which is really new. And for OpenCode, I had a look yesterday, and also there the plugin concept is different. So we cannot easily transform this plugin to work with OpenCode. So we would have to do more things there. But if you have, we can, if OpenCode is really important for you, please raise. We can have a look and have a discussion.
I will come back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have a second question? Okay.
Hi, thanks for presentation. My question is, probably I didn't pay much attention, sorry, but for reload feature of command line tool is just the same as before, but now it's using caching to apply build results, right?
Yep. Exactly. So it's not only it's reloading, but you not only reload the browser, also you rebuild the file you changed so that the build files are present in the browser. So you get in the browser, you see the same output you would have if you would build the project and would serve only the build result. So that's the same.
Okay, and one more addition. So now it's anyway reloads entire browser, right? So I'm still not finding it really convenient when you're developing something, when you're testing, filling some data, and then it reloads unexpectedly. So any chance will be a feature of doing it like a patching reload, like chunks updated like React or other frameworks? I know architecturally UI5 is quite different, but probably there is some plans or ideas on.
We had a deeper analysis on that because we know in the past this live reload had some issues with performance. So it took more time, or it was really memory consumed. A lot of memory was consumed by that. But we used a new approach via the WebSocket connection, and therefore we had a really good performance. So far, we have not received any issues with that. That we need some bundling or caching because it's so fast that it works. But I agree. So if you, for example, change the controller, then change the view, and if you then reload, then the whole data, the OData service needs 10 seconds or so, then it's bad. So that's a good point. So yeah, maybe let's follow up on that. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the modernization plugin. Does it also take care of the UI5 version?
Right now it's targeting 1.136, right? And it's built around the UI5 linter, and the linter is reporting issues till there. But it's on the roadmap, actually.
Sorry, I also mean like updating the UI5 tooling, the version of the UI5 tooling. Is it also in scope?
No, not yet.
For now, it's only a runtime aspect. Yeah. So we have not the whole tool chain is currently not into this.
Just as a feedback, I have customers with 300 repositories, some legacy applications with still version 2, and sometimes they require changes. If you need to go into that one, you struggle just updating dependencies. Then one other question. You say it's like the modernization will make sure that it will still be working. But have you thought about like integrating Playwright to run before you run the modernization plugin, to have like test scripts that you validate, okay, these are all the features, is everything working, then run the modernization and check again if it's working, just to guarantee that everything is still working fine. Because if you're only checking based on code, maybe you're missing out on some functionalities.
Yeah, so the tests are, we have verification gates where we really run the tests. So we run the test after migration, so we ensure the tests, which are already also migrated, works. No. So it's not, it's why, I think it's with Playwright, or it's with
it depends on the project, actually. Yeah. So how your application has tests set up. And with Playwright, yeah, you can run the Chrome MCP dev tool, and the agent can actually do the debugging for you and it can run in the background.
Generate like the tests using Playwright. Does the modernization plugin generate the test as well?
No, it rewrites the test if necessary.
Yeah. I think it would be good to also generate the scripts based on the code base. Because many legacy applications we didn't have the time. Like, now it's very easy to create those scripts. I think it would be a nice addition.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good idea.
That's a good point.
We take it with us.
So, a last question.
Yeah, thank you for showing all the new tooling. We have a very split application, so I think we have like 8 or 7 different repositories with additional libraries. Is there any recommended way how we should use the modernization UI5 tooling on that? So for Edge, for each repository, start itself, or like do a monorepo and then start the modernization? Or is there any idea how we should do it the best way?
Yeah, probably with a monorepo. Yeah, would be a good idea.
Thank you.
So, a big thank you again.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Welcome to our next session with Ian Quigley and Klaus Keller. What's new in SAP Fiori elements for and Runtime RE and my home? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. So I'm one of the PM leads from the SAP Fiori Tools team, and Klaus is an engineering lead from SAP Fiori also. So today we're going to talk about what's new with SAP Fiori Elements v4, talk a little bit about what SAP Fiori Elements is and our tooling, show some demos in that area, then we're going to talk a little bit about Runtime AI, and show some new cool features in my home that we've delivered. Yeah, so I guess here's the agenda, as I just mentioned. Smart Helpers is a new feature we'll talk about. You may not have seen that before. It's currently in beta with a limited set of customers, but it's an agentic AI product we'll talk about in a bit more detail in this session. Okay, so just very briefly, what is SAP Fiori? So it's really, it's a number of different things depending on what you're trying to achieve. So first of all, it is the design system that we use here within SAP. So it covers 3 areas. It covers our desktop applications, it covers our native mobile apps, and it also encompasses conversational UX. It also then, as well as being the design system, it is the tools and technologies we use. So it's SAP Fiori Tools as part of Business Application Studio and Visual Studio Code. It underlies the technologies that we use to build our UI, SAP Fiori Elements and web components, etc. And again, in native mobile and as part of Dual, it's there as well. Okay. And then the final element, SAP Fiori, is definitely something that we deliver as part of the SAP application suite that we deliver to our customers. So for today's session, we're going to focus primarily on building SAP UI5-based web applications using SAP Fiori Elements and SAP Fiori Tools. Okay, so that's the focus of my portion of this presentation. So what is SAP Fiori Elements? Just very briefly, in a nutshell, it's a UI development framework based on top of SAP UI5. And it works by taking an app, the OData service in the back end of an application, and the annotations for an entity. And from that, it builds a UI. And that UI can be comprised of floor plans, which are end-to-end applications for our customers, or you can customize with building blocks exactly what you want in your application. And finally, you can use custom SAP UI5 code directly in your application. And it's flexible. You can start with the floor plan, and then you can also decide to use building blocks and SAP UI5 code directly if you want. And of course, everything we deliver is enterprise grade and enterprise ready. So it has localization, security, responsiveness, the features that you would expect in an enterprise grade application you get out of the box with SAP Fiori Elements. Just maybe to talk about the journey we've been on in the last 6 months. This is a slide we had updated from a previous presentation 6 months ago. We are committed to ensuring that all internal S4 apps are delivered using SAP Fiori Elements. We're not quite there. In 2602, there was 91% of applications delivered that used SAP Fiori Elements. That increased to 96% in 2608, but we are consistently, reaching out to those internal development teams to determine what the gap is there, trying to close that gap so that we can ensure internally we can deliver everything with SAP Fiori Elements where we can. In the first half of this year, we've had almost 200,000 applications generated using the Fiori generator as part of the Fiori tool suite. So that's in production. That does not include internally use within SAP, but that's in production. We've had almost 200,000 apps generated. Now, not all those apps, of course, have been deployed to production environments, but still it's a nice figure. And of those applications, ones that have a data source, 73% of those data sources in those backends was RAP, and 27% were CAP. We've had nearly 150,000 new downloads of the Fiori Tools extension pack in VS Code in the first half of this year, and our MCP server, which I mentioned in the keynote very briefly and Klaus showed, has been installed 750,000 times for the first 6 months of this year. So that figure is a little bit inflated because it includes SAP Business Application Studio, which pre-installs it for you on every dev space that you create. So yeah, we need to try and figure out a way of removing that statistic from the overall numbers there. But anyway, it's still a good figure. Okay, last slide, and then I'm going to show you a quick demo of some of the new features. on the left-hand side here, we have the basics of what a Fiori Elements application is, and it's basically a building block based on top of a SAP UI5 control for a particular entity that's been annotated. Okay, so you build up your application in that way using SAP Fiori Elements. You can then decide how you want that application to be built as a developer. You can start with our floor plans, and our floor plans contain a predefined arrangement of building blocks in a way that we see most useful to our customers, and we hope and estimate that maybe 80% of our customer scenarios are covered with our floor plans. You can, of course, start with a custom page, and with that you get a blank canvas, and then you can incorporate the building blocks that we provide from SAP Fiori Elements in the order and the manner and the layout that you see fit to give you more customization. And the third way of doing this is using Freestyle SAP UI5 pages. And the good news is you don't have to make a decision up front, and you are able to mix and match. So you can start with the Fiori Elements application, you can add a custom page, and from that custom page, then you can add building blocks, you can add Freestyle UI5 code, or you can just add Freestyle UI5 code in there. So we accommodate all those scenarios. Okay, so building blocks are a really important area of what we're doing within Fiori Elements, and it's an extension of what those floor plans are. So I'm going to just give a quick demo of Fiori tools in practice, how you can use it to generate your application, and then how you can go from a generated application and customize it with building blocks. Okay, so let me switch over to VS Code. I'm in VS Code. I'm going to launch the Fiori generator. I have the SAP Fiori Tools suite installed. So the first thing I do is I get a list of floor plans, and as I mentioned, these are the ones that we feel are most common for our customers. I'm going to start with the list report page, which is by far the most common scenario, where you have a list of items, you click on an item, and then you get an object page which details that item in more detail. Let's choose a data source. I have a local CAP project, so it detects that CAP project in my workspace, and it asks me which OData service within that CAP project I want to use. Let's use a Node 1 travel service. Use the main entity as travel. Yeah, I want to show a list of travels. I'm going to call it Demo Travel App. I'm not going to add deployment configuration. I can optionally decide I want to generate it with TypeScript. I can choose if I want to use local virtual endpoints for local preview, which means I don't generate any files. And what it's doing now, when I click that Finish button, is it's generating that Fiori Elements application for me, and it's installing the Node.js libraries that it needs to work with that locally, to preview it, and to use our tooling. So after it generates, it always launches what we call the application information page, which shows you details of the application, what the data source is, what the object pages you have in there, and then there's a list of common tasks that you can do to further enhance and customize that application. You can, for example, click on deploy, and it should deploy that application for you if you've added deployment configuration. In this case, let's preview it. So what it should do is it should start up my browser, and I can see that I have an application here, which is a list of travels based on the backend OData services, and it's annotated. It's using the annotations that are there already with the entity to show details of line items in the table, and when I click on an individual item in the list, I get the object page underneath. So, very simple list report and an object page scenario. Let's say I want to then take this and extend it even further. I want to customize it by adding some building blocks into my application. So now I want to step outside of my floor plan and customize my application and add more details. So let me just move that to the left and move this to the right. And I'm going to open the page map. And the page map is a visualization of what's in your application. And at the moment, you can see we have a list report and an object page, and I'm on the object page on the right-hand side of the screen here. So let's say I want to add a new section to the object page. I'll click Edit, and in the sections, I'm going to add a new custom section. And a custom section will allow me to add building blocks in there so that I can customize it. So let's add one called My Itinerary. Fragment name is Itinerary. And let's put it after the existing travel section. I click Add, and then I get My Itinerary as a new section on my object page. But right now it's completely empty. But because I have created a custom section, I now have access to the building blocks that we support as part of Fiori Elements. Okay. And before I go any further, just to mention, we have a Fiori development portal, which has an extensive list of what those building blocks are. In Fiori Tools and VS Code, we don't have all of them yet mapped, so there are more that are available in the Fiori Dev portal that aren't yet available as Fiori Tools. tooling, but we are getting there. We are closing that gap more and more as we can, but we'll use the ones that we have. So let me add a table building block. I get two options. I can use an existing table that it finds already, or I can create a new table. So in this case, I'm going to use an existing table of bookings, and I'm going to use the existing line items that are annotated for that table, and I'm going to use a VBox, and I'm going to call it bookings. And once I do that, I should now get the list of bookings that are associated with that trip added as a building block to my existing object page. Okay? So that's very simply how you can add a custom section to an existing object page or in a Fiori Elements application. But what happens if I want to then create a new page that is completely custom and I want to start from scratch? What I can do is I can add in the page map a new custom page. And let's navigate from the booking and call it booking. So this will add a navigation object from the bookings, and when I click on it, I get the booking. And again, this is just right now a blank custom page with access to building blocks. So let's, as we did before, go in and edit this page. And as you can see, the tooling recognizes this page as a custom page, and it knows, okay, I can now implement this with building blocks. So let's create, first of all, a page layout. We'll call it booking details. And the page should reload. I just get, it's a standard page with a page layout. But what I can do now is I can add building block options. So I'm going to add a form. I want to see lots of details in there, and it's going to be called booking. And within the form, I can then add fields. So let me add booking ID, booking date, flight date, flight price. And then for that booking, if I click refresh, I just get details there in a form basis. So again, there's no annotations in the back end here. There's no, it's everything customized using our tooling and implemented with building blocks. So let me just add one more field, and just to show that you can add more advanced fields, they don't have to be basic, I'm going to add a custom, a contact field. And when I add that and I click refresh, I can see that I have a contact here that has a card associated with it. So again, just an easy way of adding new fields. And then finally, I'm just going to quickly show you how you can add, as well as a form, I can add charts and filter bars. I'm going to add a table in this case. I did add a table already as a building block, but now I'm going to create a new table. I'm not going to use an existing one. So let's make it relative to where we are, and then it can use the booking supplement data. And let's give it a title of booking supplements. Give it a second. Refresh here. I should now get a table. Now there's no data in it because I haven't defined any columns that I want. So let's do that just very quickly. Add some basic columns. Supplement ID, booking supplement ID, supplement ID. Let's add last changed date and then the price of the supplement. And then just to show you that the columns again can be more advanced, let's add a contact column like we did before. Okay, so now if I just refresh this page, I should see that I have the supplements for that booking record that I have as well. Okay, and again, the contact details are here. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you, just how what Fiori Elements is, how you can use SAP Fiori tools to generate your application, and then the big push that we have with building blocks so that our customers can really customize their application and stay within the Fiori Elements framework. So I'm going to hand over to Klaus for the second half of this presentation. Klaus, over to you.
Thank you, Ian. Waiting for the slides to come up. I see it already here. Let's do a hydration break. Show some commercials. It's not coming up. Okay, so thanks a lot. Also, welcome from my side. What I would like to talk about is two things. First is AI features in the runtime of Fiori elements, and the second thing is the smart helpers. I brought a couple of slides, but mostly demos. I hope that's fine, and let's get into it. So, Fiori AI features in the runtime, what are they? We already showed in previous sessions or conferences some of those. So we showed already smart summarization, the error explanation, and easy filter. What is net new is now easy fill, and we have some new features for the filter. It allows now also grouping and sorting, as well as creating own variants. So the three features, summarization, error explanation, and easy filter, will also come to S/4HANA Private Cloud. So with 2025 Feature Pack 2, which is in October, they are planned to be released. Don't nail me down on this, but I'm pretty confident it will come. And it will take another release for the easy fill. Let's have a look what has happened to easy filter, and afterwards what is easy fill. In easy filter. Yep. So, for instance, I opened the famous managed sales order application, and now you can see here that is the switch between the classic filter bar that I'm currently showing and the easy filter. So in here, you can just query or enter query in natural language. Showed that before, and we adapted it. I'm using the feature of last use query, so I don't need to type again. So what you can see here, I'm filtering now for sales order which are in July and June, but I will also group them by customer and sort them by the requested delivery date. So you can now do a little more complex queries, and it will result into this nice formatted list. This can now be stored as a variant, and we will store the plain text. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, but at least you can still find it. So if you go standard, you will reach to the standard view with the filter elements, with the input fields. But if you go to the newly stored variant, you will get to this view, and also it will switch automatically to the AI filtering. I hit go again, and I also would like to show you is this nice tokenizers. If you forgot something to mention, I would also like to see the sales orders that are in progress. I can just fix it here. And as it used to be, just as a reminder, I can also go back to the standard filter, and I see now here how this natural language is translated into real filter fields. Yep, that is what I wanted to show as an update for our easy filter feature. Now let's go back, and not that far back. Where's my managed sales order? Sorry. And talk about the easy fill. So for that, I'm going to open a sales order, for instance, this one. As you can see here, take a quick note into the requested delivery date. It is in June last month. There is no customer group, and there is no payment method kind of maintained for this. Also, pricing date is last month, and the billing date is somewhere also last month. And also interesting, there are 2 line items, and the line items have also requested delivery date in June. So I got an email from a colleague asking me to update this sales order, and I can now show you how EasyFill works. So in this case, I get a chat window, an input field, a text field, and if I paste the email text, it says, please update this sales order, set the customer group to pro customer, enter the method to direct debit, then there are new pricing and billing dates. The request delivery date must change to 23rd of July. And also we want to do changes to existing line items. That is the table that you saw below. So let's just do the easy fill its work. So it's going to analyze our prompt and try to match the field and see whether they can be updated. Yep, that worked. Nice. So I get a preview on the changes that would be taking place if I click confirm. You can also see here the both line items. The requested delivery date was set to the July 23rd. And also here the other changes. Direct payment, customer group, pro customer, and the 3 days. So I can now just click on confirm. There's a warning which is not related to that, but I can see here the changes are here, not already applied, still in draft mode, but I can do save, and then they are stored in the backend system. So that is a very easy way to do multiple updates on a page. I think especially what I heard is updating multiple line items can be a pain, so this should be very, very helpful. Good. Let's go back to my slides. So this is what I would like to share, is how to enable those features. Yes. So the first stop, if you want to have this in your company, you should open that link, which goes to a node that requires a S user as usual. But here you can learn how to enable it. And there are some facts about it. So one I wanted to mention is that the features that you that I showed, that you saw, they can be they are assigned to a business catalog. So they can be granularly assigned to different roles, even different users if you want to. So you can decide which role has which access or which feature access. So one perhaps is not able to do the easy fill, the other should be, and so on. And the next, perhaps the best of it, we consider this as a base AI feature, and that is available at no additional cost. Good. That was the updates to the runtime AI features. And let's now talk about smart helpers. For smart helpers, I think the easiest way to explain is with a little bit of story about, in that case, Max. Meet Max. Max is an internal sales representative in a CME company. So Max touches around 100 plus sales orders every week. And every Monday morning, Max opens around 5 apps, SAP Fiori Elements apps that he works with frequently. The problem with that is around 30% of his day goes spending repetitive tasks. So, for instance, he needs to release building blocks or updates conditions like the requested delivery day and so on. That is just repetitive tasks. And if you ask Max, he would say, or he said, I know exactly what to do. I wish I didn't have to click through it every single time. And I think we can relate, because what we figure out is most of the organizations, they have a Max. And also, I mean, myself, I have also repetitive tasks. I try to automate everything, but I'm getting a little bit annoyed if there is no way to automate things or getting running smoothly. So we see the same. We talked about internal sales rep. We also have it for a procurement manager. They have to do repetitive tasks. They need to review high-value purchases and check the supplier, the history of the supplier, and so on. And also in other areas, repetitive tasks are very common, unfortunately. So wouldn't it be great if the people who know the work the best, that they could automate their things by themselves? And this is what Smart Helpers is about. Smart Helpers is a small assistant. We even gave it a kind of a avatar, let's say. And it is an assistant to help automate tasks. But the user still is in full control, and we will see that in a minute. First, on a very, very high level, how does it work? So Max needs to at least once formulate what he does in plain English, in paragraphs, for instance. So that's what he does here. So he created this, let's call it prompt, with conditions and instructions, what to do, what to check for. In his case, it is he wants to see sales order that are blocked. Either the shipping is blocked or the billing is blocked, and the requested delivery date is older than today. So this is kind of the list Max wants to work with, and for those, he wants to release the block, and he wants to set a new requested delivery date, 2 weeks in the future. So what does Smart Helper does here? It creates a plan. So as you know it from other LLMs and other assistants, you can ask them to create a plan. In that case, it's built in. After the prompt, we generate a plan to review which tools are called, and tools are basically actions on the application that you can perform, which steps are taken to review for the end user that knows best how it should work, or how she or he works. Okay, let's exactly do that, what Max is facing. So in here, yes, sure, the session is not timed out. I go here. I don't have any smart helpers right now, but first I would like to check. Oh, sorry. Perhaps first I would like to have a sales order that has such a problem, and Max created already a filter for that. And let's see, the first one is 543, easy to remember. Let's have a look. What's wrong with that one? Requested delivery date, as we said, is before today. It was in June. And the status and blocks. So there is a delivery block. So this one is blocked. Usually Max would go in there, release the block, go to edit, change the date, and so on. But now let's try to automate that. And for that, we go to the Manage Smart Helpers application. And in here, we're going to create one. So we give it a name. In that case, I'm going to do fix blocks and request a delivery date. And just fix. Here, I prepared the prompt that I showed in the slides with the 4 things to do. Check for the blocks, check for the date, and then do the actions. So in here, the next step would be now I need this execution plan. And I get a note that I should not use sensitive data. Of course, that is sent to the LLM and analyzed. So that is the warning. You should abstract it and not use concrete customer names, but have it like Max did on the meta level. And then we can continue. And now it's really time for a hydration break because it takes a while. But I'm going to also say a little bit about the steps. So what it does now is, of course, analyzing the instructions, sends to an LLM. But what the next steps are happening in the background, we check what Max's roles are. So we check what he can do. It's not like the backend is an own identity. It acts on behalf of Max. So we are checking the FLP catalog and find the right application that can be used to fulfill the prompt that we just entered. We found now Manage Sales Order V2. We also check the tools. Tools are, if you go down to the technical level, basically are the actions on the OData services, the update or create actions that you can do. They are exposed as metadata. We can retrieve the tools and see whether we can use them to automate the prompt. In that case, remove blocks and update the requested delivery date. So we have now tools details are retrieved. Good. Now we are at the last step, I think. It's the execution plan that will be presented to me for reviewing. So I can, because I know how I would work, I can see in the plan whether that fits to my needs, whether this is what I wanted to do. And once that is done, we can store it, but still it's thinking. As you will see later, we have this human in the loop approach. So there are no changes done completely darkly yet. We need to be here or go to the runtime and approve the things that it does. Okay, now we have a plan. The plan is to read sales orders, then check for these two criteria, the blocks and the required delivery date. Then we will do the actions, update the requested delivery date, and remove the billing block. Here it's the plan. So now I can create and also publish. Good. If I now start in my home, I will see here directly on the start page, on the home page, a new smart helper. And this is called fix blocks and requested delivery dates, as we just did. So I can start that in the background, but I want to see right now what's being done. So I do run in app. There is a smart helper running app. This is the one. So in this case, we are checking for the sales order. It lets me select the sales order first, of course. And I can here select the one that I previously checked, which needs to be processed. And it starts now to analyze. It gathers the information from the data service and follows the plan that we together created. Whenever there is a decision to make, real data is updated. It will ask me before for permission. You might know this from other AI agents like Claude Code or GitHub Copilot. They ask for certain things, and of course, in a business environment is important. So it wants to select or change the requested delivery date. Today is the 14th. Oh, 7 days, sorry. I think I said 2 weeks. It's 1 week in future. Set it to 21, and I'm gonna approve this. And now it continues. And by the way, I don't need to wait here. If I do this run in the background, it's going to create a task for me. I can always come back. It's going to run asynchronously. I can always come back later and do the steps. That's basically what perhaps me and most of us do also when we do wipe coding. You let the agent run and do its things, and then you come back and check the result. So here, it wants to remove the delivery block, and I'm going to approve it. And that should be it. It creates also a results page with a summary that has been performed. Good. So that was the action it has taken. I think everything looks good, but let's double check in the application itself. Go again to the managed sales order. That was 543. So the requested delivery date, yes, 1 week in the future. Status blocks, there are no blocks. So, and because of this, it should also not appear in my search. Yes, it's gone. Good, so it did its job. It is on my homepage to run every time I need. And as mentioned, you can see that there are runs. Some are perhaps paused. This run, it's a shared account, so this run might wait for someone to continue. So this is how it would look like. Good. Now you know what smart helpers are, and let me quickly do a recap of the things that we saw. So what we talk about is a kind of a trust contract. So Max, you saw that, remains completely under control. And he is being in the loop would you say, the human in the loop, and he's been asked for everything that is changed to the system. Go a little bit more quick. So here are, I think that's the last slide, some key characteristics. What I said, Max is in charge. IT stays in control because there is no extra user which runs this task. It's running under the profile from Max, like he would do it, with the same roles, with the same permissions. It's built on established Fiori apps. It's not an additional access to the system. It's this well-defined OData service that we are reusing. And of course, it's super easy for Max to use. So we can just use plain English words and get the result done and get the smart helper created. With that, we are at the end of the session. Thank you, everyone. And I think we will have some time for questions. Thank you.
Do we have some questions?
Yep, thank you. More generic question on Fiori Elements. So we used to call the in-between between Freestyle and Fiori Elements the flexible programming model. I haven't seen that name recently anywhere, and the FPM Explorer was renamed as well. Is it safe to say that we're just calling it Fiori Elements for OData v4 from now on?
Yeah, pretty much. And the Fiori developer portal, as you say, is where all those flexibility changes are and where our building blocks are. I think I mentioned it in my slides that has documented everything that you can do with flexibility in Fiori Elements. So you're right, it has kind of
just renamed,
morphed into the Fiori development portal.
Okay, so I should just erase FPM from my slides. Then we're good. Okay, thank you.
Question regarding the AI controls. Are they also available, or will they become available as building blocks? Might have missed that. Like if you have like your own Fiori element, custom Fiori element, can you also put like that summarize button on top of it, or like the smart filter, easy filter? Can we just plug it in?
Yeah. So as soon as it's for private cloud available, you can also use that in custom applications, and they will be enabled for instance, if you use the table with a filter bar, there should be also the easy filter enabled once you went through that node that I showed to enable it in your system.
So, but private cloud is a minimum requirement.
Sorry?
Private cloud is a minimum requirement.
I still didn't get it. What, the requirement?
Private cloud?
Yes, it is a minimum requirement. Private cloud is a minimum requirement. Yeah.
Okay.
Need to.
Yep. Private cloud.
Thank you. Presentation. I think it dovetails into the question that was raised over there. So let's say I have a work zone approach that summarizes S4 and SuccessFactors together in one launchpad, and I have my own custom application. So that's kind of where I'm going. So how is this applicable to custom applications? What do I have to do in my custom applications so that the smart functionality can be used for my custom applications as well? Or is this
it's built into the framework, so all the S4 applications, they didn't have to do anything for it.
Exactly.
So because that is, and you can see it with the kind of the features. They are very general, so like filtering that's available for all list report, object pages, applications. So of course, we from the framework side, we do not have the deep application knowledge, so we cannot provide AI features that are specifically tailored to one of these applications. So what we do is more the general. I mean, all the sections and the object pages will have fields, so we can easily fill them, and all the sections can be summarized. So that is kind of this generic layer. But the S4 applications internally at SAP, they haven't the need to do anything. They just got that all out of the box.
Okay, so is there anything that we need to do as custom developers to enable our custom applications to
Not
use
that I'm
this?
aware of. It should be then.
Cool.
Thanks for the talk, very amazing. If we don't have to do anything, who is paying for the LLM? who is translating the natural language into the queries?
So, I mean, you have a limited things that you can do with it, and what I said is they are kind of base AI features and free from SAP. Of course, you don't get an interface that you can run everything against it. You just have this feature enabled then.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
I have a question with this smart helper. Seems to be very powerful. Is there a possibility to share it to a different user? And can it also work cross-app?
So, sorry, the first one, to run it under a different user? Right.
Like say one user develop a smart helper and can it be shared to another user?
No, right now not. It's running under the user that creates it. I think we are looking into ways also, ways to auto-apply, because you always need to be kind of checking in, and then it runs asynchronous, but you need to check in and then continue if there is a question. We are looking into that. But for now, I'm not sure whether there are plans to run it under a different user. That might create a whole new security evaluation of the topic. So for now, it's running under your user with your roles.
And just to your second question about cross apps, that is under active investigation. Right now, Smart Helpers works on an individual app, but cross-app solutions are something we're investigating, but there's nothing out there yet.
Thank you.
Yep. Of course, yeah, it should be able to go to different apps related to it and get additional information and act. Yeah. I think there's first tries, but...
Do we have some more questions? Okay, so I have one question. What's the relationship between smart helpers and JewelWorks?
Yeah, so we are currently looking into integrating the smart helpers into JewelWorks. So with the agentic framework you can use in JewelWorks, you should be then also possible to start smart helpers and run them as we saw. This.
Okay.
Yep.
So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So our next session is Beyond Controls, extending UI5 with third-party libraries and web components from Nico Schoenteich. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So, oh, that's loud. Okay, cool. So we're going to talk about controls today. And I know that a lot of people perceive UI5 as a control library only, or at least a front-end framework that is very closely tied to its control library. Maybe not you in this room here. You appreciate the framework more than others, maybe. But yeah, that's one sentiment out there. And today I want to show you how you can extend your UI5 applications with any third-party library, really, from NPM, let's say, how you can build custom controls, and how you can also build your own web components and use them natively inside your UI5 app without any need for custom wrapper controls or anything like that. And for a scenario for this demo, and by the way, this is the only slide here today. Oh, we do have the feedback slide with the QR code. But let's imagine the following scenario. So you are in a supermarket you've never been to before, and you're looking for a specific product, and you just can't find it. You're wandering through the aisles, and you just can't find that specific product. And then all of a sudden, there's a tablet or some kind of computer sitting in the corner, and it's running an application that at first sight looks helpful. Could be something like this. I know this is a very minimalistic demo, but okay, we got 4 products in this store, and I'm looking for soda. Okay, I can search for soda, and I can select it. But so far, nothing really happens when I select it. But for this demo, we'll build a custom control that renders a 3D model of the supermarket. And if I click on that product, on that tile, I'll get a fly-through animation flying through that supermarket and showing me where that product is located in the store. Okay, so let's do that now. For that, we need some kind of rendering engine for the 3D model, obviously. And for that, we're going to use Three.js. It's a very popular framework, and thanks to the UI5 tooling modules extension, we can just use any third-party library as part of our UI5 application. So this is the application that we're currently running. Is that font big enough? Cool. Okay. And let me show you the package JSON real quick. So, and by the way, please appreciate the custom font, custom theme I created for UI5con. And yeah, thank you. That wasn't my intention. You didn't have to clap, but I appreciate it, obviously. Right. So this is a very basic UI5 app. As you saw, it's freestyle, but it's very minimalistic. And we will now go into the demo directory and just run npm install 3 for Three.js and GSAP, which GSAP, by the way, has nothing to do with SAP. It's a universal rendering library for JavaScript. So we installed that. We should have that in the, oh, dang it, wrong directory. Run it again. So this is a mono repo, so there's a package JSON at root level. I now installed it on root level as well, but anyway. So now we have GSAP and 3 as dependencies here, and very important as productive dependencies, so not dev dependencies. And previously I installed the UI5 tooling modules, as you can see here up top, and that enables us to now go into our application, create a new file called supermarket TS in the control directory. And I do have a script to fill this with life a little bit. Yeah, so this is the custom control. I'll not go through the actual custom control in a whole lot of detail, but the most important thing up here at the top is you can see I can simply import the Three.js modules just like that without having to do any kind of additional magic. The UI5 tooling modules does all the mapping and the bundling behind the scenes for us. So this is all we have to do to consume those. And then this is a custom control that has properties, and it does all the custom control things that you would expect from a UI5 control, and it has some more logic to it as far as animating and setting the camera position and expanding the whole thing, and then also eventually rendering it. Okay, so we'll translate all that UI5 logic to HTML at the end of the day and render the thing. Okay, so let's give this a save. Maybe we should restart this. Check my notes. I hope I didn't forget anything. Good. Okay, now we can go into our view, our main view, and consume the supermarket. Okay, so there's a CC namespace here, which I already declared up top. So this points to the control directory. I now consume it. I set some starting coordinates for the animation. And let's see what it looks like. Oh, nothing yet. Did I save it? I didn't. Yeah, sometimes that sort of crashing once happens. I'll get into why that is in a second. But here it is. Okay, so now we have a 3D animation of the supermarket. Let me just select the soda. And that's where the soda is in the store. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool too. And by the way, this file, the actual 3D model, is a GLB file, as you can see here. And I only learned yesterday that I can just natively open it on my Mac. I use Blender and all sorts of things to do it, and also I had to. Yeah, you can even like navigate. I had to rename. Obviously, you know what kind of soda this is, but for legal reasons, I had to go into the file and change the logos and whatever. But yeah, these GLB files. Apparently, there's a universal scene descriptor, which is that USDZ, and yeah, Mac can open that. Okay. Anyway, so that's oh, wrong browser. So that's the application as of now. That is just pulling third-party libraries into your UI5 app and then using them in a custom control. That's pretty cool already. But that was only the first part. So the second part is building a custom web component that we use inside this application as well. And with web component here, I mean arbitrary web component, not UI5 web component, any web component. Okay. And for that, I brought a little device here, a little Bluetooth printer. Okay. So imagine, again, you're in the supermarket, you now know where the soda is, but it's a long way to the correct aisle, and you need a little printout of a little mini map showing you where the soda is, okay? So you can print out the directions, you get a little map printed out by this printer. Artificial scenario, obviously, but yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so for that, I built a little custom WebC package and a custom print client web component. So I'll not go through the details of the web component itself, but it is just using any standard web component API. It's all browser native, all pretty basic. And it's connecting to this specific Bluetooth printer and printing out the directions. So it has the print directions as an attribute, or later it will be a UI5 property, and then it will connect to this thing and print out the directions. Okay, so how can we consume this random web component in our UI5 application? For that, we have to declare the web component or add some metadata to this web component. And there's a package for that, and it's called the Custom Elements Manifest Analyzer. So apparently there's a standard called customelements.json. It's like a manifest file describing your web component. And this is what the UI5 web components internally use as well to create their metadata, to enable them to be used inside UI5, the framework. And we can use the same package to add some metadata to our web component as well. So let's go into the custom webc directory, and then I will say npm run analyze. which executes this right here. And maybe I have to run another install. Package not found. Okay, there we go. So now this custom elements JSON was generated. And well, here I have another web component here, custom alert button, but we'll not use this today. But we will use this one, the custom print client JS. And you can see here it's declaring all the members it has. Apparently, those are all the fields. And then the print directions are here as well. And it's also including the JS doc, because that is mandatory, I learned the hard way. So this right here is mandatory to have in your web components. Just a little side note. Okay, so now we have that. Our web component is declared. It has some metadata. We can now go back into our UI5 application, our UI module, and then just simply add the custom web component package as a dependency. So let's go into the UI module, run another install. So I'm just pointing npm or the Node.js app, I'm pointing it to my other directory, just one level up, and just pull in the web component package this way, which, by the way, just creates a symbolic link to this thing in the node modules directory. And let me check my notes. I hope I didn't forget anything. Yeah, okay. I'll restart the server once, because I think if you're using a new package, you have to restart it once. It doesn't just pull that in on the fly. And now we can go into our view again and consume the custom web component. And there's really not much to it. I'm just declaring another namespace up here, webc, and that is pointing to custom webc, which is the name of the package that we just installed in the package JSON. And then as an aggregation to the supermarket 3D rendering thing, I'm using this web component now as if it was just any other UI5 control. And I didn't do any wrapping magic. Like, I didn't create a new custom control that points to the custom tag or anything like that. UI5 does all the magic behind the scenes for me. So let's try that out. So if I now select the soda, we can see there's a little button. By the way, I didn't mention the web component, interestingly, consumes UI5 web components itself. Maybe you saw the imports here up at the top, but that doesn't matter. Like that, it could be any, like it's not really a UI5 web component. As you can see, it's extending the HTML element. It's just using some other web components inside to look like UI5, obviously. But they don't have to be used. Like, you could have any web component, really. So I'll now start this printer here. Doodle-doo. Okay. Print directions. All right. So this guy. There we go. Label printing in progress. And now we do have a little mini map. And I know this is very small, so I took a picture. So this is roughly what it looks like. So yeah. Yeah, so that is our custom web component inside our UI5 app. And maybe a quick word about why this works. So I mentioned the UI5 tooling modules that really glues this all together. We can use third-party packages from NPM, and we can use third-party web components. In this case, it was our own web component inside our UI5 app. And what happens here is the UI5 tooling modules detects that we're using some external package, and it's creating one of those bundle info JSON files here that sort of map the source code from the package to syntax that UI5 can understand. And this up here is the first one we used. That was 3JS. So that's the entry for that. And maybe, is it in this one? Print? No, maybe it's in one of the other ones. Yeah. So this is the custom print client. This is the item for the custom print client. And you can see here, this is the key part. It says, is web component true? So the UI5 tooling modules recognizes this is a web component, probably because of the custom elements manifest that we generated. And then if we inspect that now in the UI5 inspector, so this is the custom WebC custom print client. By the way, these are the print directions. A long story of how to connect to this printer, thanks to AI. Eventually got it to work. Reverse engineering a custom proprietary protocol. So you can see this is our custom print client, sort of top level class, and it's extending the web component class. And UI5 does that wrapping for us. If you remember, our custom print client extends the HTML element. It doesn't extend anything UI5. But at runtime, UI5 wraps it inside the web component here, the SAP UI Core WebC web component, to give it the UI5 flavor and to make it work inside the framework, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, so that's almost all of what I wanted to share. There is another thing. So for the UI5 tooling modules, you need some configuration in the UI5 YAML. Usually it's only this piece right here, just the name and when it's supposed to run in the sequence. And then there are some other configuration things you can do. And this one was mandatory for me to use scoping false. If you don't set scoping to false, you will end up with web components that have a suffix. So it's going to be custom -webc -print -client, or whatever you declare as the HTML tag, and then dash some random number. And that can throw off your web component internally if you rely on the tag to be present at some point for styling, or you do some if, else, whatever. Okay, so I had to set scoping to false. And then there's also this piece right here, skip DTS generation. So if I set this to, so true is the default value, but if I set it to false, it will also create types for my custom web component, which is super nice because then I can go into, like just with a TypeScript language server, I can have code completion and all that for my custom web component inside a UI5 application. So let's say I use it in a controller, then I get code completion on the properties it has. So remember, our custom web client, print client had the print directions. So I go into a controller, I get the print button, and then I say set, and then my IDE will just give me print directions as one of the options because it knows the web component has that property. We do have a minute left. You know what? I'm not going to risk it now. It went too well up until this point. Oh, that was the wrong point anyway. Because I have seen this was a little shaky in the past when there were previous bundle info JSONs in the past. So it went too well up until this point. I got the printer to work, so I'm not going to risk it. But just be assured you can generate types, and then in the controller, something like this here, you can. If you get the print directions here, you can, anyway, code completion. What am I saying? You all know what code completion is. Okay, so that was that. A little bit of a rant towards the end, but I hope you enjoyed it. I was trying to just push the boundaries a little bit more and show something very freestyle and very different. I do have another session this afternoon about Fiori elements. So going back to the corporate roots and to the enterprise sort of readiness that we all know. But this was more of a freestyle approach this morning. Okay, hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, open for questions.
Thank you for the session. And okay.
Hey, Nico, great presentation as usual. Have you found any limitations with more complex, well, this seems to be already complex NPM package, but really other business application NPM packages? Are there any limitations that you found that, this works but doesn't work?
You mean for using third-party packages in general?
Exactly.
not real limitations that I can point to like specifically, but I have found certain packages to be a little buggy in terms of when you use them.
Okay.
They might, let's say they have a source directory and then they build to a dist output, but they don't declare that in the package JSON or something. Like sometimes things like that throw the UI5 tooling modules off.
Okay.
Or if I know, for example, the example they always use is chart.js, and it has a dot. And that sometimes throws off the import statement if you're using TypeScript, because it's .js, and then it removes the .js, but it's the package name. It's not the file ending, right? So things like that sometimes, but generally speaking, I managed to get it working eventually, always. But yeah, there's little traps here and there. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Another question? Okay, so thank you. So I have a few information for the lunch. The lunch is on the left side, outside the Audimax. And please, the people from SAP, go to the SAP canteen. Sorry. And if you want, upstairs is also a session on the time now, so you do not have to wait so long on the canteen here. So thank you again.
Thanks, everyone.
Still 1 minute to go. But I will take the time to introduce Wouter. So welcome back here in the Automax. Welcome back to the UI5con after lunch here. And Wouter is on stage. Wouter is an independent SAP architect with plenty experiences in CAP, UI5, and I think, I don't know how many UI5con you have attended? You missed one, so you're definitely an expert for UI5con on stage. And today, Wouter will give you an update and give you insights in what are the next steps, how you can bring UI5 to the next level with AI. Wouter, stage is on yours.
Yeah, thank you. It's always enjoyable to be here. As he already introduced me, I'm an independent consultant, and as an independent consultant, I'm active at multiple customers. Because I have knowledge in different areas as well, ABAP, I'm still doing developments, CAP, UI5. I'm also doing architecture, and by combining those different aspects, I help my customers also by doing innovation. And over the last couple of years, I help my customers by adopting Fiori, on how to move from SAP GUI to Fiori. Recently, I've helped customers a lot with BTP, moving to BTP. And now, since last year, I'm doing the same again with AI. I'm helping my customers to adopt AI and bring AI to their end users. Using AI myself, that's easy. Everyone can start using ChatGPT. Using it in a company environment, an enterprise environment, that's more complicated. Bring it to the end user is a complete different thing. And we are still struggling. All of my customers, it takes time, it takes governance, it's very complicated. And today I will share with you what I learned and some tips and tricks, but of course it's a learning process where I'm learning still myself. And today I will try to cut it in 3 pieces. First, the one in the middle, is the focus on building UI5 applications by using AI. And there are plenty of things you will probably already seen, but I'm just sharing some insights from my side. And then, how can we bring AI to our end users in the existing applications that we already have, AI inside UI5? Very simple things, small steps. I think that's what we need to learn, how we can bring it and how AI behaves and how to adopt it. And then third one is AI as a new UI. And that's maybe a little bit overrated. I don't believe that, for example, if you look at creating a purchase order in SAP, we're still struggling to bring this to a Fiori application. Imagine how can you bring this to Joule, just as an example. But I will show you something on how we can generate UI on the fly. It's a first step to really dynamic user interfaces. Of course, we already have, like in Cloud Desktop, you already can generate dashboards and things like that. But now I will show this in a UI5 application. So let's start with the first part. I need to admit something before we jump into this. I haven't touched any code myself for the last year. I just prompted it. Who else is guilty? Okay, I'm happy I'm not alone. And even though many people say, yeah, it generates crappy code or it's not what I want, let's be honest, if you have to type 1 line and it generates you 10 lines, which is working fine and perfectly okay, it's more efficient. It's simple. Now, to do this, there are many agents already available. And using this myself is one thing, but doing this in a company environment, it's another thing. And as usual, I see many companies moving to Microsoft because they have Windows running, so they have contracts with SAP, with the customers with Microsoft. So they trust Microsoft, so also they trust, let's say, GitHub Copilot. So many customers, they are moving to Copilot. What we also see, and that's mainly in my opinion because of SAP, is the adoption of Klein. SAP gave a lot of demos at TechEd last year with Klein, and they also integrated in Business Application Studio. On top of that, customers can use the BTP credits to use AI for development. And that's where I see that customers can easily adopt agents for doing developments by the developers. They're then on their own island. They don't need to comply or go to the IT environment, and they can start inside the SAP team, start using Klein. I've also seen customers that say, okay, we don't want to have any dependencies or whatsoever with any provider. We want to have everything on our own AI infrastructure. We want to have our own LLMs running internally, and they use open code. I know, Helmut, you as well mentioned it earlier today. Open code gives you the possibility to plug in into your own AI environment, so you can have everything on premise. But let's be honest, there is nothing that can beat Cloud Code. I've been using Cloud Code for over a year now, and the results are just amazing. Although it's very difficult to bring this to enterprises. What I also do, recently OpenAI released Codex. I let them battle each other. If there are complicated stuff, and of course if you have credits enough, you let them build something and you let the other review, or the other way around. I'm not sure how it started for you. For me, it started somewhere 2023, where we still were copy-pasting from ChatGPT. Anybody else who is still copy-pasting? Still a few. Thank you, Jeremy. Honestly, the copy-pasting was for me not the issue, but sometimes it gave like solutions that were perfectly fine, but were completely overkill. It was shooting with a bazooka on a fly. And then in 2024, I think it was Gregor who introduced me to GitHub Copilot, which was already a nice step ahead. But I still lost a lot of time by reviewing, clicking, but it was already a step forward. I didn't have to copy-paste anymore. And since a year now, since 2025, I'm switched to Cloud Code. To be honest, when I started using the terminal-based user experience, it felt like a step back, but the results were so much better, and I started to use Git for reviewing purposes. But the big game changer came in September last year, and I'm actually not very happy about that SAP waited till September instead of announcing it at UI5con last year. But yeah, it changed a lot of things, those MCP servers. It suddenly gave additional context to Cloud Code, which it didn't have before. Is there anybody who doesn't know how MCPs work? I just added a slide just to very quickly explain. If you compare an agent like Cloud Code with your laptop, the processor is your LLM. If you want to connect like a hard drive or a mouse, we use a USB cable. MCP is that USB cable. And with that USB cable, we connect the UI5 documentation, the CAP documentation, into Cloud Code. So even if you use a smaller model or an older model with those MCP servers, it can simply integrate into the documentation, and we just use the LLM for understanding what's already in the documentation. If they do a new update today, the LLM can access it, and it knows the latest information about UI5, about CAP, about Fiori. SAP released 3 official MCP servers, one for UI5, one for Fiori, one for CAP, and you've probably heard it already a few times today. If you start doing developments with AI, start configuring those MCP servers. I have here a slide, but I'm not going into the details, how to configure it if you start using Cloud Code. You can also simply install the plugins. The plugins also contain skills, but I have the skills globally, and depending on the new setup, I just install the MCPs, and here you have the configurations. I do want to also point out, in addition to the official ones, there are also MCP servers for SAP documentation and ABAP documentation, thanks to Marian Zeiss. If you combine that, it can also do research beyond SAP UI5 technology and search the community maybe for other workarounds. Okay, I need to zoom in. I just want to show you a little bit of my setup. I'm not going too much into detail because you could do a full session about how to configure cloud code. First of all, I have configured the MCP servers. Okay, I need to reconnect them, but you see here I found the one for CAP, the one for Fiori, the one for UI5. I also have the one for ABAP documentation. I even have Arc1 configured for different backend systems. So it's all configured here. The second thing that I have configured is bypass permissions. That means it can start running until it's done and not asking you for approval or anything. And that's actually the level of trust I already have in AI. There is one more thing. If I really have to do something complicated, I change the effort to ultra code. It takes a lot of tokens, but the result is beautiful. Behind the scene, it creates multiple agents, it creates workflows, and it will create a reviewer, it will create a document agent, and it will connect your application fully blown end-to-end. And that really helps a lot. Besides that, there are also skills, and that's the next thing. If I go back to my slides. There are also skills available, and they were also mentioned. They're part of the plugins. And you can find the skills on here. So there is a full list of skills available by SAP, but also not only SAP. There are skills available from Second Sky. I don't know who exactly it is, but he made a lot of skills available, not only for UI5 and CAP, but also for how to use BTP services. And why I think this is interesting, take, for example, if you need to configure your application to deploy to BTP. You can just ask AI, make me the configuration to BTP, and you can also ask it to test the deployment. If the deployment fails, check the logs, find a solution for the logs, and try fixing the configuration. So you create a full end-to-end loop, so it will try to configure until the deployment succeeds. That's why I think the combination of MCP and skills are important. Yeah, I would like to thank Second Sky, but I don't know who it is. If somebody knows, you can always inform me afterwards. Another thing I try to apply when I have to create bigger projects is using PRD files. PRD files, there you first make a technical description of what you want to build. So first you actually align with AI on what exactly do I want to create. Based on that PRD, you create a task list. And the task list will automatically define what's depending on each other. And once you have that task list, you can just let your agent execute that task list. And for this, writing the PRD and creating the task list, I use a plugin Taskmaster. And for this, I have to thank Matthias Steiner, who gave me the hint of using Taskmaster, because it really clearly gives a good, helps a clearly description of what you want to do, and also makes a good list of tasks. The thing is, between those tasks, it has a shared memory, so it knows the context between the different tasks. If you switch to a new instance, it has the shared memory. You don't need to start over from scratch. And it allows you to create multiple instances. So first you create a PRD, you create a task list, and then you can have multiple agents or even multiple instances of cloud code running. At one time, I was even doing 3 instances in parallel. So if there is a task without a dependency, you can just run it in another instance. But I think nowadays with ultracode, it's not even needed. Ultracode will automatically create multiple agents and so on. These are just a few tips and tricks on how I use it, but there is much more out there. I'm also experimenting with multiple agents and a full development hub, but it's still too early to go into those details. But I already hope this is helping you. As a next step, so this was mainly focusing on how can we use AI to the fullest to build UI5 applications or SAP applications. The next step is bringing to the end user, because in the end, our business is the most important for us. If there is no business, we don't need to create applications. So we need to deliver something also with AI, so they can benefit. You need to understand that the users are also using ChatGPT, and they are wondering why do they not have AI functionalities in the applications that they use in the day-to-day business. Here, what I try to apply here is start small, but start today. Smart with small steps, step by step, also to learn and to understand, to see what really helps. So, checking if everyone is still awake. I already saw something similar in Fiori Elements. There was a session about Fiori Elements where they will provide AI functionalities at runtime. This is similar, but you're not depending on private clouds. You're not depending on Fiori Elements. You can just implement it in your custom applications. And things like we saw, easy filter, I call it a smart filter, where you just type what you want to filter up on, and it translates into the Fiori filter bar, for example. A simple text optimizer, for example, you take a leave request, and you say, okay, I'm sick, you click on optimize text, and it creates you a nice leave request description. Or a summarize button, it's easy to just, if you have like a full page with a lot of text, that you just click on summarize, that you just get a brief description of what's actually on the page. The problem of this, if you want to set this up for each application, probably if you use AI in Fiori applications, we will look at BTP. In BTP, we have AI core. But, correct me if I'm wrong, you will not directly from in the UI connect to AI core. That's just not security-wise the best way to go. So then, what do we put in between? That's a CAP layer. So the CAP layer will communicate with AI core and then expose the API to your Fiori application. But if you need to do this for each application or for each simple step, it's becoming a lot of effort. The developers, the Fiori developers, they need to have knowledge about CAP, about AI core, and it becomes easily complicated. So therefore, I came up with like an UI5 AI library where we put in AI controls with AI functionality behind, with a CAP application behind. Normally, I'm not a fan of having UI5 controls in a library with an API behind, but in this case, it's the most easiest way to make it reusable. So let me show you what I've created, and I will share some details afterwards. So let me refresh and zoom in a little bit. Okay, everyone can see it in the back. So this is just a demo application, but it shows all the different UI5 controls with AI capabilities. So here I have a field, a description field, and I will say, for example, this is a demo text for my UI5con presentation. Generate me something cool. So then here I have a generate button, and behind the scene the generate button goes to my CAP layer, CAP goes to AI core, and it will try to generate me a demo text. And then I get this dialog, it generated me a nice text. You can just accept it or reject. Let's take it. And then I have other functionalities like change tone. I can say make it more diplomatic. And again, it will just make a, behind the scene, it simply makes a prompt to AI core with a description. And again, it gives me a new text. Similar, I will copy paste this now because I have a functionality like a compare text. I will paste it in here. And I will now translate it to Chinese. Anybody who speaks Chinese? Yeah, that's my point actually. So if I now, for example, put it in the other text area, I click compare text. It will make me try to compare both descriptions, and it will give like a brief overview of what's the difference. It takes a bit longer with Chinese, okay. So it gives me the key differences, like the language is different, phrasing and nuances is not purely literal translations, some similarities, and a summary of the differences. There are a few more, but there is one last I would like to show. And here is the sentiment analyzer. I will say I'm happy it's UI5con. Analyze the sentiment. Positive, of course. Just to give you an idea of what's running behind the scene. So, it's a simple CAP application with a library on top of it. Let's start with the CAP application. CAP application has a service, and in the service, just going to close this one, there is just one action, process text, an operation, and then the text, sometimes two texts, sometimes one, depends if it's a comparison or not. Behind this, we defined the different instructions for the different operations here in the backend. In my first version, I did it in the UI, but that would allow people to change it from in the UI, so you don't want this, you want to have it here. And basically, it uses that based on the operation to create a request to AI core, and that's here. So it creates an orchestration client and then makes a simple prompt like you would send it to ChatGPT, but it's just behind the scene. And it returns me the result. To make it reusable, I made it a UI5 library. And here, let's take the polish button, for example. All the buttons, they extend from a base button, which I will also show right away. And here you see the operation is polish. This is the operation that is sent back to the backend to know exactly which instructions he needs to use for AI core. In the base button, that's where the call to AI core happens. So here, process text, it takes the input text and it calls AI. Afterwards, it shows the dialogue. It's always the same steps, it's always reusable. And this allows me to, in an application, simply use it as a control here. AI polish button, I can provide a text to the button and the value is bound to the description. And that makes it now super easy to reuse for other developers. And compared to the functionality we saw in Fiori Elements, it's very similar. What the benefit is of this one, we can just use it in any custom application. We are not depending on private cloud. We can still use this on-premise, combined with BTP, of course. And we can start doing this today, not when we are on RISE, not when we are on private cloud. So yeah, just again to summarize, we have multiple Fiori applications. They consume the same library, they consume the same CAP service and AI core behind the scene. This is available on my public GitHub repository, and now I just have some buttons and some functionalities available there, but there are potentially much more functionalities that are possible. So my request to you is, if you have a good idea, just go to the repository, make a pull request, and extend it. I need a community to make it grow. And that was the second part, bringing AI to our end users in UI5 step by step, by small AI functionalities, not a full-blown AI project. For the third part, I'm looking at the time. Okay. For the third part, I'm going to make the UI by AI on the fly. And I'm not sure if somebody was here at the recap last year and remembers my session about server-side rendering. Okay, good. That's good. Because back then, maybe it didn't make sense. Even not to me. I think it was just something cool to do. My only argument back then was security. I will just show it again, just to refresh our memory. I need to stop this one. So, yeah, let me first run it. So here you see a very simple Fiori application that shows a list, and when you click on a line, you see the details. Now, to make my point clearly, if we go to the view with the table, it's not coming from the UI. So the views that you see, they are not rendered, or they're not in the UI5 app, they are coming from the CAP backend. And you see here in the request, every time if I select an item, it does a call to the backend, and it fills the data into the XML view in the CAP layer. That's why I call it server-side rendering. Honestly, it's pre-server-side rendering because it's not fully rendering, because the UI is still rendered on the UI side. And yeah, you see here, this is, I will close the app. In the server, we have the views here, and if you look at them, we use handlebars to replace the placeholders with the data. And this is just simply done because of a plugin I also created for this server-side rendering type, a view, and an aspect. In the app, you don't see in views, there is no list view, there is no main view, there is no detail view. There is just in the manifest configuration for the routing. And the routing is not pointing to a view, it's pointing to an endpoint. 0 is for the list, and if there is an ID, it will show that specific form for the details. So that's what we've done back then. The XML view is filled with the data in the CAP service and returned as a filled XML to the UI and then rendered. Now, the next step with AI, instead of writing those views, those XML views, we will use AI to write the views on the fly. And therefore, I have another example. It's an extension of the plugin. So now here in the demo project, we see in the service layer, it's again the same setup. We have server-side rendering type view. We have also configured the controller because otherwise there is no link with the controller. It's just part of the plugin. The service just exposes the entity. And in the UI, there is again no view for the main, no view for the details. In the service layer, also no views at all. If I now look at the application again, so you see it's a little bit slower the first time. You see here pending. That's because I'm using AI to generate this list on the fly. If I select the first item, again, you see the request to content. It takes a bit of time because AI is processing my request. And eventually, it creates me the detail page on the fly. Now, from here on, it will be faster because it's being cached. And next time, it just replaces the handlebars, and it uses caching for loading it the second time. But this is maybe not the best use case to make my point. But this, as an example, opens the potential that a user can, on the fly in a Fiori application, say, I want to see this data as maybe a graph. I want to see it as a table. On the fly, the UI can be different based on the demand of your user. And we don't need to take care of the XML view. Just to show you a little bit of insight, in the plugin has changed. You see here, instead of loading the XML and putting the handlebars, I just have a very advanced prompt and XML validation to have a correct XML view being generated. The only thing, and I noticed, is sometimes it could go wrong and it generates something wrong. But therefore, you just need to put in some guardrails to make sure it generates a valuable and correct syntax. Because I tested this on Sunday evening, and it was suddenly failing, just because the XML was wrongly generated. But now I put in some guardrails, and it should be correct. So what happens behind the scene? We connect to a UI5 app. It's just the skeleton. We go to the CAP service. The CAP service will use AI Core, generate the XML view, and it will render in the UI5 app the XML view. Now, so to look at the bigger picture again, so today AI helps already a lot with the MCP service for writing code. Making it part of the UI, I think this is already ongoing. You see it in Fiori Elements. You see that customers more and more AI functionalities are in there. And I also think AI is the new UI. That's the direction we are going. Not saying everything will be done by AI, but parts will be more generated and more generic thanks to AI. Of course, there are still some limitations. As you saw the first time, the performance, it takes some time to load, but if you implement caching well, it could also cover that aspect as well. Consistency, like I mentioned, Sunday evening, it was suddenly broken. Accessibility and governance. Governance is the biggest bottleneck I see at this point in most companies. Setting up a governance in general regarding AI is complicated, and to set those guardrails. With that, I want you to have at least 2 takeaways. First of all, use AI for building UI5 apps. We should not copy-paste anymore. And try to bring AI into UI5. If you have more ideas for the library I just showed you, feel free to make a pull request. And regarding AI, I honestly don't know what will happen in the future, but I strongly believe that we, as UI developers, are the key to bring AI to the end user. We have been working closely with end users on how they behave, on how they use AI the last couple of years, so we know them the best. And I think we are the key to bring AI again back to our end user. So we will still be valuable, but maybe in different ways than we are used to. And also to that, I think community matters. And I on purpose didn't share a full-blown code demo. We always say we want to show as much code as possible. But I need to be careful. I don't fully believe it anymore, because if you only give you the pieces of code that's important, any AI agent can do the thing for you. So I just showed you what you need to know and what you need to take home with you. And many of those things I learned from other community members. And therefore, I think community matters even more with the race of AI. Like last year, I met here Simon, don't know how to pronounce correctly his last name, but he invented the CAP plugin for the MCP server. He explained me very detailed on how MCP works. Matthias Steiner explained me how to use Taskmaster. Second guy provided all the skills. Marian Zeiss, he's everywhere with his MCP servers and making a big change in the community from SAP. And I think that's what matters at this point, helping each other, getting through this evolution. And with that, I've said everything I wanted to tell you. I want to thank you to listen till the end, and feel free to ask some questions.
Thank you, Wouter. Thanks a lot for all the insights you brought today on stage. So we have plenty of room for questions in the room.
Thank you, Wouter, for this great presentation. I have a question that's not related to your presentation, strictly to your presentation, but to AI coding in general. Who owns the code that is generated? Is it does Claude own the code? Do you own the code? Who is the owner? And what license do you have to write for it?
It's a good question. That's the question where what I'm discussing also with customers, how to use AI and who owns the code. Honestly, if it's on your GitHub repository, it's yours. Cloud is a co-author, but it's a fair question. They have access to your code base. They write pieces of code, but the full product is yours. But yeah, legally wise, I don't know the correct answer.
That's a question I discussed with a colleague some weeks ago, in detail, and we didn't come to an answer.
No. Yeah, I don't know it either, sorry.
Next question, yep. Almost there.
Hey, great presentation as always. Commercials. How do you estimate cost for this? Because suddenly every user turns into an AI user. And if you have an organization of 20,000 users and they are, hitting the Copilot or the AI button over and over and over again, it creates cost. But it feels like the bottomless hole that nobody can predict what's going to happen with it. And customers come to us, frankly, and say, how much money do I need to allocate to it? And we don't have an answer to it. So have you figured that out? Is there something experience how your customers are dealing with it? And
I experienced it the hard way, let's say. I think two things. I don't know exactly about Microsoft Copilot, to be honest, but I know with Klein and the consumption of BTP credits. I helped my customers with BTP and also following up on the credits. And they provided Klein because they had credits to provide to developers. First we just gave them access without very good follow-up. But somebody did something wrong and we suddenly had like a very high peak of consumption. And then we put in really very more strict consumption. Now we can really follow up for each user and we only make available in AI Core a few sets of models, not the highest one, the average ones. We only provide 3 models. We know exactly which user is consuming how many AI tokens, and we also put alerts on BTP. You can put on events. If you, for example, the AI Core is consuming much more than average, you get alerts and you can immediately see who it is, delete the service keys, and it stops. So I think it's important to set up those guardrails. And in BTP, we had to search a bit on how to do this, but there you have some ways to do this and really know who is consuming what, and you can plug it out at any time. But I don't know it Microsoft Copilot.
Well, I can give you an experience from Microsoft Copilot. They had a fantastic license model, which was a flat rate per user. And I think if any of you are administrators for GitHub Copilot, you got the same email I got a month or 2 ago, which says, we're changing to a consumption-based model because I think they experience the same thing that the customers experience, which is cost goes up. And the flat rate doesn't cut it. So that's kind of why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I saw the things from Microsoft. I'm using Cloud Code myself, and there it's still the subscription-based. And there we have credits enough, plenty of credits. But I guess it will also change soon. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the talk, Wouter. Kind of going to what you were touching on in the end with the governance. So you're a contractor, I guess you're a consultant. So you work with a lot of like customer IP and working on customer systems. How does that work compliance-wise, security-wise, with you basically opening up the entire IP code-wise? Claude, which is an American company, stored on American servers, etc.
Sorry, I didn't hear it very well. What's exactly the question?
Well, how do you basically make it work compliance-wise with you accessing customer IP or like your IP, like your own written IP by using Claude code? Right? I mean, because you're an independent contractor, you're writing code for the customer, so this is your IP, but you're also accessing customer processes or software your customer's running, so customer IP.
Everything I do during the hours for the customer is IP of the customer. Yeah. But yeah, I think there we need to. I think we need to be less sensitive in the sense that giving your code to Cloud or to Copilot or whatever agent, they already have a very large code base. They have much better code already inside of it than we have. Most customers, if you look at the JavaScript of an average UI5 developer, is not always the same level as the JavaScript you already have in other frameworks, like in Angular or Vue. There are different kinds of level, and I think AI is already further ahead of us when it comes to languages like JavaScript. So if the code that you're generating also goes into the AI, they already have better code inside of it. So I'm not sure if that's really an issue.
Well, but the question is more so, can I actually make it accessible to myself and to my customer? I'm uploading stuff that I don't own to another company by using it. It's not about the quality that comes out of it.
Okay, yeah. I misunderstood the question, sorry. Therefore, it's important to use the tools that are provided by the customer. And like I said, one of my customers is using Klein, another one is using GitHub Copilot. Normally, I should not use Cloud Code for that customer. Only the ones that they allow. And if you use, for example, Microsoft GitHub Copilot, they can choose to have their own models inside of it, or they have contracts with Microsoft, and normally that should be fine. But using your own tools for customers, you should not do it unless it's maybe more something technical. If you want to automate something that's not related to business, if it's not related to business processes, I think it's fine to use your own tools. But if you're really building a business application like expense, leave request, or whatsoever, then you should not use your own tools. You should use the tools allowed by the customer. And I see many customers are now putting a governance in place. Until then, most of them, they block everything. But to be honest, I also have discussions with customers that say we cannot block everything, so we just allow it for the time being, and we're working on a governance at the moment. But it really depends from customer to customer. One is restricting everything, the other one is leaving it in the middle.
Still time for one question.
I have a follow-up if no one has. Customers with quality assurance certifications, for example, so ISO 27001. Have you ever had any requests by customers to kind of publish your own internal development processes, and how do you work with that?
So I didn't fully get
So just an example, we had a compliance question or the request by a customer of ours, and they wanted to know our development processes, right? So like, how do we ensure quality in our development processes? How do we test it? How do we assure a quick bug response and ticketing responses? How do we ensure SLAs, et cetera, et cetera? So you are now moving a lot of your development efforts to AI. How do you ensure that what comes out of it meets all those criteria that we as a company are certified for?
Yeah, you have good questions. How do you make sure? Yeah, putting a good pipeline is one thing, and putting SonarQube is something I set in place at most of my customers. And now there are functionalities like in SonarQube that you also can do dependency checks and malware scans and things like that. And it's maybe a little bit hard, but there you should enforce SonarQube. SonarQube quality checks and do not allow deployment until they meet the requirements from SonarQube. There are also ways, I know in client, that you can put in like your own naming conventions and things like that. There are configuration files, but yeah, you could also go a step further that you put like in, if you have, but that requires a lot of tokens again. In your GitHub Actions, for example, that you use GitHub Copilot in your pipeline, and that GitHub Copilot is configured with your best practices, with your naming conventions, and that every request it runs to validate this. So in or SonarQube checks or GitHub Actions, one of the things I implemented in GitHub Actions is like checking if the Jira ticket is there or that the branching strategy is compliant. There you could also do in those checks. You could even enable GitHub Copilot in your GitHub Actions. But of course, that comes again with a cost, and you need to see what the trade-off. I think in most cases, SonarQube will do the job. If you really want to go a step further, I think you need to look at GitHub Copilot, maybe in your pipelines.
Thanks a lot, Wouter. So we are already out of the time, and thanks a lot for all the questions you had. I think it was a really good discussion after the session, and yeah, thanks a lot. We are meeting back at this in the Automax at 3 p.m. where Nico Schoenteich will present us a field report how UI5 and Fiori Elements freestyle blocks can work together. So stay tuned, see you then. welcome back to the Audimax. So we have Nico back on stage, and now we have a really interesting topic about how you can combine Freestyle UI5 and Fiori elements building blocks. And Nico, the stage is yours.
Right, thank you very much. So this session is called Field Report for the simple reason that I was not doing my usual job at SAP for the past 6 months, and I was on an internal dev project, which was very nice to not work on demos and samples for once, but to work on real bigger projects with more maintainers and more code and all of that. And we had a very specific problem, and that was we had a Freestyle UI5 app that was already there, and then we had the requirement to have a Fiori Elements object page in there, and that was way after we created the initial template and get it started with the application. So it was a little further down the road, and perhaps this part of Freestyle UI5 and Fiori Elements is a little bit under-documented, so that's why I'm here today. And I did bring some slides today because I found out I have 40 minutes for this, yeah, so I can stretch it a little bit, and I can show an agenda slide. So let's start with some terminology. So we all know what I mean with Freestyle and what I mean with Fiori Elements and what I mean with all the things in between. The goal of this session, obviously, this slide is more for me, so I don't drift off. And then the application structure for both of the approaches, Freestyle first or Fiori Elements first. Then demo is going to be the biggest chunk of the presentation, a little recap, and then some resources to documentation and things that I found useful. So terminology. Freestyle UI5, most of you probably familiar with that concept. So there's endless possibilities. You build it, you own it, and you're responsible for the most part. UI5, compared to other front-end frameworks, takes a lot of the maintenance and the dependencies and all. It takes away a lot of that stuff from you. So you're safer than with other frameworks, but still, you're responsible, and it is your application code that is running for the most part. And then on the other end, you have Fiori Elements, where you have predefined floor plans, and it is your backend service that is annotated with some metadata saying, hey, this is my data, this is how it's structured, this is what you could display it like this is suited for a table, these are the line items, things like that. I have a like a price with a currency, all of these things are part of the metadata, and then Fiori Elements takes that and creates an app sort of on the fly based on that, based on those annotations. And that is lower effort, at least once you know how to use annotations. And down the road with maintenance, things get a little easier than with the Freestyle part. But obviously, this approach is limited. So there's quite some space here in the middle on this slide, obviously, because there's something in the middle. For OData v2, those are the smart controls. So you still have your Freestyle app, but there are certain controls that read the metadata from the backend service and do some smart things with them, or with this metadata. That's for OData v2. For OData v4, which is what we are talking about today, we have the SAP Fiori Elements flexible programming model, where you still have your predefined floor plans, but then there's specific sections where you can hook into and do a custom section where you essentially declare a fragment, an XML fragment, and this little XML fragment is like a little Freestyle UI5 island that you have, and you can do all your UI5 things that you can always do, but only in this little island, this little isolated box. But then there's also custom pages. So it's the whole page is a Freestyle island. And then you can think about, well, I can just string a lot of custom pages together. Well, then I have a Freestyle app essentially in the Fiori Elements shell. Okay, so this is a little bit, sort of the discussion we're going to have today. And then there's the concept of building blocks. So building blocks are these reusable sort of smart control-ish things that you can use everywhere. For example, a smart building block as a table or a chart, metadata-driven, but just one little block like UI component thing. Okay,
And then this morning we learned we don't call it Fiori Elements Flexible Programming Model any longer. We just say SAP Fiori Elements for OData v4. Okay. And yeah, well, they renamed the documentation. Okay. I'm not going to question naming at SAP. Oh, and by the way, we will only talk about this hybrid approach here anyway today. So left and right, I guess you are mostly familiar. And that's why the session goal is not to answer the question, when should I use Freestyle or when should I use Fiori Elements? Because that question has been answered many, many times. Use as much Fiori Elements as possible and as little Freestyle as needed. So whenever your requirement can be met with Fiori Elements, go use Fiori Elements. Only if you have to break out and need something custom, and I love custom, then you do Freestyle development, okay? So that question has been answered. We're not going to cover that today. Instead, we'll try and answer these questions. So if I already have a Freestyle app, how can I use Fiori Elements as part of that app or building blocks? And should I start with a Fiori Elements template, or should I maybe start with a Freestyle template? And what tools and documentation can I use for that? And a little side quest. I'm trying to convince you to use SAP Fiori Elements for OData v4, the building blocks after this talk. Okay, so the application structure. Is this big enough? Oh, we'll see. We'll see it in action anyway. So let's say we start with the Fiori Elements application. This is sort of the key piece that differentiates the Freestyle approach from the Fiori Elements approach. So this is the routing section of the manifest. Oh, this is really small on my screen. I have to turn around. And we do have routes, obviously, a main and a detail route. Okay, and then we have targets. In this case, the main target, the first one, is a SAP FE Core FPM. So that means it is using the custom page as the main thing. And the custom page is a Fiori Elements view. Okay, so this is a Fiori Elements thing. And the second one, the discovery, that's just the name of the target, that is a Freestyle view. Okay, so that is just any Freestyle view. But still, the outer shell, even though we have a custom page and we have a Freestyle view, it's still Fiori Elements because we don't have any custom root view. Okay, so we are not taking care of routing, of embedding the page that should be displayed as part of the shell. Like, still Fiori Elements does that for us. Whereas in the other approach, if we start with a Freestyle app, we do have, up at the top, we have a root view that is pointing to our app view most of the time. And we also have some config for the routing. So we declare the M router, for example, and we also say control ID on root view. So this is the ID of the control where all the pages that we're navigating to will be placed in, okay? And then the rest is pretty much the same. And back down with the targets, we now have sort of flipped the thing, like flipped the logic. We now have, for the main page, we have a Freestyle view. And then for the detail page, we do have an object page. Okay, so sort of flipped it down at the bottom, but essentially that's very similar, but the only key difference is the custom root view. Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get down to here, is that the difference between a Freestyle app and a Fiori Elements app, one of the key differences at least, is the custom root view. So going back to the question, should I start with A or B, Freestyle or Fiori Elements? The key question is really, do you need a custom root view for routing or for a shell? Let's say you have a little shell bar at the top, and you need that as part of your application. You probably need a custom root view, and you have to start with Freestyle UI5. Or you have your Freestyle app, and I'll show you how you can use Fiori Elements as part of that. Okay, demo. Using Fiori Elements for OData v4 in a Freestyle UI5 application. And I think to set the scene a little bit, I think I will show you the application that sort of inspired this whole this presentation for the most part. I think I'll show you this first.
So you can see there's a lot of lorem ipsum in here. That is because, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to really share anything about this app. And I can't show you the code, really, but we'll do it with another application. But so as you can see, very much freestyle, okay? So this is all UI5. The notifications here at the top right, the liquid glass effect thing, that's also a custom control, a UI5 custom control. So that's very custom, freestyle. So imagine you have an application like this, and then your product owner says, well, we need an object page. And you're like, well, this is a freestyle app. What kind of object page do you mean? And then, that's sort of where we're at. And then sort of one level deep, there's an overview of things, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually we'll have an object page. Okay, and this is a very much metadata-driven standard object page as part of that application. Okay, and we're going to replicate that now with the application that we used this morning. So not sure if you've been here for the other talk this morning, but the scenario is, actually it doesn't really matter, but I'll tell you anyway. So you're in a supermarket and you're looking for a specific product, you just can't find it, and then you use this application to search for a product, then you say, oh, I need some soda. And then we have this 3D animation, and the thing shows you where the product is located in the store. Okay, so there's the soda. And let's say we now have the requirement of, we need an object page for these products. So I click on the product, and I get thrown to an object page. Okay, so this is the approach. Freestyle app is there already, and now we need building blocks. The object page being one of those building blocks. So let's get into the code. So first thing we have to do is we have to use SAP UI5. Okay. So currently this application is using OpenUI5, but we do need SAP UI5 whenever we start working with Fiori elements. And then for the templates or for the libraries that we use, we also need SAP FE templates. And then in the manifest, we also need SAP, oh, you can tell you're typing as hard if people are watching you. SAP FE templates. Okay, so that's the libraries that we need. And very important, we do have to extend the SAP FE core component, app component, okay? So this is the central piece that also the root view, as I mentioned, but this is another central piece, so this is what enables our application to use Fiori elements. Okay, so not extending the core UI component, but the FE core app component, which it's in itself extends the UI component, of course, but just higher up the chain. Okay. And now we can start with the part that is documented, okay? So in the Fiori development portal, there's the section about the custom root view, so explaining how you can use all of the Fiori elements magic with a custom root view, which is exactly what we want. So if we scroll down here, we need a nav container. It's maybe a little too big, like that. So we do need a nav container. And I am going to reuse the app view. That's like the most common place to put to do the routing in. And own root view. So we'll have to remember that ID. And then very importantly, and this might cause a few problems for your application, for a controller, we now have to extend the SAP FE core root view nav container. So this is a specialized controller that handles the routing for Fiori elements applications. And since we're now using this one for app view, we have to ditch the concept of a base controller a little bit, because usually we would have a base controller here, and all other controllers in an app extend the base controller. And we can still do that, sort of, but now the base controller has to extend this one, and our Fiori elements page controllers are sort of extending the page controller and not the base controller. So we're in a little bit of a in a difficult spot
The way we did it is that we just introduced like helper modules everywhere. So for every single small little function that we had to call, we introduced a small little handler file, and then we had another handler file centrally that just got the component, so our app component, and then we could do all sorts of things on the app component. So maybe that's just a little, coding exercise, but I heard that these things are getting easier and easier with help from AI. Okay, so we're using this nav container controller now, and now we can use the control ID own root view or our custom root view. Let's go into the manifest again, and we already have this config, so I'll just change the ID here, own root view, and we do have the custom root view thing here. That is, I think, the last step of the documentation. Okay, we do have that already. Okay, so now we enabled our application to use Fiori Elements building blocks. And I'm going to do a little trick here now. And I'll use the Easy UI5 variety generator, because it includes templates for FPM pages. Maybe we should rename those. So flexible programming model pages. And yeah, this, for some reason, we talked about this during the code jam yesterday. For some reason, this takes quite a bit of time to boot. But I mean, we can look at this beautiful ASCII art in the meantime. Yeah. Okay, come on. So it should come back with some questions eventually. There we go. Okay, does your main service already exist? Yes. What entity should be used for the new page? Products. We're going to do a list report now. I said we want to do an object page, but the thing is, this generator only suggests object pages as an option if we do have a list report in the first place, okay? Because it's not really meant to be used with this kind of freestyle thing that I do. So I'm going to generate a list report now and just rename it later. Okay, we do have some conflicts, of course, and now we do have a list report in here, a products list report. And now I'm just going to replace all occurrences of list report with object page. And this is all we have to do. I mean, props to the Fiori Elements team for their naming, because all the rest of it is very much the same. So it's really just replacing this one thing. Okay. Well, there's one thing we do have to replace, because now with an object page, the pattern for the routing requires an ID. Okay, because obviously an object page is for one product only and not for all the products. Okay, so we now include an ID, and I'll save this for now, and then I'll try and get to that object page, which will most likely fail, and I want to sort of point out an important thing here, so it's probably good to see the error message once, and I hope we get a good error message, because error messages are good. We have it somewhere here. Not really, unfortunately. So the thing that is breaking the application now is that in our routing config, we set a path and a view path. So that means for all the routing in our application, it's going to look for views inside that directory, UI module/view. But our Fiori Elements view doesn't live in our application code. It lives in the library. So it's now looking for the object page in our application, which doesn't exist. It doesn't make any sense. The whole point of an object page is that the application code lives in the library, not in our application. Okay, so we have to delete this, and then in our target for our target, here it is, the target for our main view, our freestyle view with the fancy animation, this should still be there, so we'll just add the path back just for this individual target, okay?
Okay, we have an issue in the somewhere. Okay, yeah, very picky with commas. Still not working. Another one here. Now? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's give it a refresh. Oh, okay. Maybe wait for the... okay. Yeah, I know. So initially when I made a change to the... And that's why we didn't get the correct error message, because we didn't even get this far. So when I did a change to the UI5 YAML right at the beginning and switch from OpenUI5 to SAP UI5, this change is not being picked up with live reload because it's a change made not to the application, but to the dev environment. Okay, the UI5 YAML is just dev environment config. So this change wasn't getting picked up, and that's why it couldn't find the FE templates in the first place, because it was looking for OpenUI5 FE templates, which don't exist. Okay, let's give it another refresh and pray to the demo gods. Okay, so our main view is still intact, which is good. And now let's go to products and then just the second product. And we do have an object page. Yeah, pretty cool. Just like the time, we have a lot of time left, and I don't have anything to say. But we'll make it work. Actually, I do have some things to say. But okay, so a little demo recap. So when we're going Freestyle UI5 first, whether that was a conscious decision or maybe it was a decision made a long time ago and we're working on this project, but now we want to have Fiori elements. What we have to do is, obviously we have to use SAP UI5, and then we have to use this to extend or to create our component. Okay, so extend the SAP FE Core app component. We are not allowed to set the config path sort of globally for all the routing. Do it for the individual targets, okay? Because otherwise it wouldn't be able to pull in the views from the FE templates. Okay, just a side note, transitions, I thought that was funny and interesting. Transitions in the routing, so if, let's say you have a fancy flip animation between your pages, that only works between custom pages and freestyle views, but not between a freestyle view and an object page. Okay, so the object page always has its own transition. Not really important, but I thought it was interesting. And you kind of have to drop the concept of a base controller, at least the way you usually do it, if you use this nav container, which is mandatory for the approach I showed. Okay, and yeah, also go and follow the documentation. Part of this slide deck for sure, and I'll probably write a blog post about this too, and you can probably just Google Fiori Development Portal Custom Root View, you'll find it. And yeah, then this application, now this was the slot for me to show the other app, which I already did. And yeah, so a quick decision tree. I like decision trees. So should we start with Fiori elements? Should we start with Freestyle? So first question you have to ask, do you have a custom root view? A Freestyle app already? If yes, follow the guide. If not, do you need one? If yes, use the Freestyle UI5 template. So you're pretty much where we were starting this demo. And then follow the guide, and if not, just use the Fiori elements for OData v4 template. Okay, and then we do have some resources. I want to point out this unofficial documentation. I don't think it gets enough credit. This is the Fiori elements for OData v4 feature showcase. This is like I can't emphasize how much, this is pure gold, honestly. It's filling the gaps of where, maybe documentation in other places lacks. And it's very intuitive. It's great to browse. It's great to query. So definitely check that out. Shout out to Martin for that. And then we do have the official documentation as well. I do have to say the unofficial documentation is still an SAP employee who does it, so it's not that unofficial, but yeah. Just wanted to point that out. And yeah, then we do have a lot of time for questions, so I hope you came prepared. And we do have a feedback mechanism here, so I'd appreciate if you take a moment to give some feedback. I know this session was a little all over the place, but yeah, whatever. It's a complex topic, so I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, open to questions. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Nico. I have the microphone, and now it's your turn. Okay. I will try my best.
Hey, Nico, as always, great presentation. Going back to the beginning, I think the question I have is Freestyle UI5 versus, well, should we use something else altogether these days, which is Vue with web components or something? So is there another left extreme that we haven't talked about that we should be talking about? And is this year the year where we should actually endorse it and go after it? Because, I mean, for the past 2 or 3 years, we've been at this conference and talked about web components, and it sort of came up and over. So just want to get your take on it. Where are we? Should we go after it? Is it a replacement for the left extreme?
I love the question, and I think it's the right question to ask. I have to say, I'll give you a different answer now, being here on stage, than I would give you later tonight.
Okay,
after a cold drink,
it's okay.
To be super honest. It's no secret that I enjoy the freestyle development. I enjoy custom controls. I enjoy web components, 3D animations, things like that. So I guess it's no surprise that I would also enjoy something that is more extreme on the freestyle side. But after all, in this enterprise context, I think a big chunk of what we have to, like the problems we have to solve, like the best tool for that is most likely list report object page. So I think we have found the perfect solution for a problem. And we're just debating over, over lunch, we were just, with the whole AI and, you can just generate everything on the fly. Like we have great technology, but I'm struggling to see the solution that we're trying to solve, the problem that we're trying to solve. Like we have a solution without the problem, because I feel like a list report object page is pretty dang good at what it does. So I love the question. I think we should explore and go into that, Gen UI, things on the fly kind of philosophy. But yeah, it's a solution without any problem, for me at least. But obviously I'm just making things up on the fly. I don't know.
No, and I think, frankly, for 95% of the applications we're writing and we have been written, in my opinion, Fiori Elements is the right approach to your point. But there is usually that central business app where people want to have a tree control and drag and drop and this and that. And the question is, is sort of Freestyle Fiori still the right starting point for those? Or when we're going extreme, let's go fully extreme. And if we're going that way, what are we missing? So is it suddenly not work zone compliant or something? So let's have a discussion over a beer. Would love to have it. But that's, even to the community here, it's like, what are you guys doing? What do you guys think?
Yeah, maybe one more take on that. So I once tried to write a data binding library myself, like just vanilla JavaScript data binding on HTML elements, and it was very hard. So I don't think there's any good reason to reinvent the wheel here. So this is for the pro side of, we're sticking with UI5 because it's a very, very good framework. But also this was a few years ago and we didn't have the coding assistance that we do now. So yeah, we'll see.
Behind you, there's the next question.
Hi, yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think I just wanted to add something to what you said and what also was the discussion now. We use the FPM framework because it also comes with a lot of features like the life cycle and the draft handling, which is also inside the framework, which really is something which you can't build in a freestyle app. So this is another point why we use the framework and the building blocks. And you can also use the building blocks itself and insert them in the view, so you can use them without the floor plan. So that is also a big advantage when you want to mix freestyle and Fiori elements.
Yeah, 100% I agree. And we're doing the same thing in this application. It's also draft enabled. So if I click on edit here, we get full draft support, and that's a gift from heaven, honestly. Like, if you were to do that manually, good luck. Like, that's, yeah, so Fiori elements for the win.
Yeah, just one note. You will get a big headache about how to handle the framework and how to get it to run how you expect it to run. So that's just one downside, which can maybe point more to the freestyle approach to say, okay, I want to have full control over what I do and not let the framework do. Yeah.
Yeah, my similar question. I just didn't get it where the models are combined. Like, if I have the same business object that I want to orchestrate from freestyle and from Fiori elements, so one time from 4.4 and one time from V2, how do I do it? Or do you just, is it different business objects and you don't combine it together? So if you mix up the techniques.
Yeah, so what I talked about here today is only applicable to OData v4. So the building blocks and all the templates and things that I showed are different for OData v2. And the term business object sounds a little bit like ABAP, and that's not my thing. So maybe I need some more detail to answer that question correctly. But what I demoed here today is only v4.
It's if you try to use from the freestyle app the same.
You mean the backend service?
The same OData services
Yeah.
that you use from.
Yeah, it's just one central data model, like UI5 data model. So there's one data source here that's pointing to one OData v4 catalog URL, and yeah, the object page is bound to the product of that backend service, so /products, that's the entity, and the freestyle view is not bound to anything per se. I can bind it to anything inside the view.
Yeah. If I want to use it for both, I want to use the products also for the freestyle. That was my.
Yeah, that's what we do here, don't we?
Yeah, okay.
Like, we also have the products on this page as well. We also have just standard data binding. Yeah. Maybe I'm not getting the question. We can talk after.
You talk about the fact that mandatory. Thank you a lot for your presentation. It was great. The question is, you talk right now that templates and so on of your elements features are mostly relevant for V4. Is it imaginable that...
That's not what I said.
Okay, sorry. The mix is what you presented is in V4. Sorry, you're right.
Okay.
Technically, what I could do would be bind two models, or to connect two models to the systems, V2 and V4, that have same roots, basically, and do freestyle, for example, in V2, and then connect Fiori elements to V4. Am I right?
You could do that, but good luck with updating the data once something changes.
I just trying to think of the capabilities of opportunity. I know that if they have the same root, it doesn't make sense. Fair point. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, what I showed here with the 3D animation doesn't make any sense. So we're past that point, but.
Yeah. But still, thank you for answering.
Yeah, no worries. thanks everyone for filling the gap here with fantastic questions. Appreciate it.
We have still a lot of time, so
we can all just
don't hesitate.
We can have
we have
coffee.
10 minutes for questions. Let's go.
Me again. Sorry. I think what the problem is, the framework also handles the data binding, which is on the backend side. So when you navigate, the context is also bound to the next view, and it has to follow the path of the binding within. So you have to be careful how you structure your pages and which data is also currently bound on the target. So that you have to keep in mind. And V2 wouldn't work because the framework wouldn't recognize or rebind it. So I don't know how you would do the logic there.
Yeah, you would probably need separate pages, and yeah, it would be a mess. Okay, so let's not stretch it. I think we're good. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks a lot for the time.
Oh. We have one more.
Okay, one more.
One more.
I was just thinking, is it possible to basically stack this indefinitely, like having Freestyle app in there, like a FPM object page in there, having like a custom section again, and in that custom section again, like a...
So up until step 3, that's exactly what you see here.
Yeah.
So, for example, this what's new section here, that is a custom section inside the Fiori Elements object page inside the Freestyle app. And I guess that's as far as you can go, because you declare these custom sections in the manifest, and you cannot declare a custom section as a child to another custom section. But this custom section is, at the end of the day, is just an XML fragment. So, I don't know, you can build a 3D animated supermarket as part of that.
And after that, there was no, like my colleague said, it doesn't make sense, at least until that point. But
yeah, but I think this is a nice example of, the whole spectrum of freestyle, then object page, then a little freestyle inside that object page again. It really shows the whole flexibility of things. Yeah. Okay, I think now we're good. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Nico, for the great talk. So before we go to the break, I want to remind you, we have this box for the Ask Me Anything at the end of the day today. So if you have questions, doesn't matter what about UI5, and you want to have an answer from all the leaders of UI5, please put your question into the box, and we're really looking forward to your questions. So questions are every time good. So it's time for a break. Thank you.
da steht auch drauf.
So, hello everyone, welcome back to our next session, Metadata-Driven Test Generation for SAP Fiori Elements. And we welcome on stage Dominik Heim. He's a developer, a development expert who has shifted from crafting business applications to building SAP Fiori tools. And his passion lies in UX design, and his technical sweet spot is cloud native apps and middleware, primarily using TypeScript and JavaScript. And ask you to spend a round of applause for Dominik.
Yeah, thanks. So last year we talked about the local preview and how virtual endpoints can help get rid of that glue code in your application. So all of these HTML files, so this test glue code or launchpad glue code, you can get rid of that one. If you missed that session, check out the QR code, because we built up on this now for today's session. So with that in mind, we move to the integration test. And I promise that's the most trivial slide for today. So there seems to be a problem with the integration test, and I wouldn't be here today if I would not be able to talk or present a solution. And then we have 2 demos for 2 different scenarios. But before that, I'm alone on the stage, and I feel like I need some emotional support. That's why I brought my cats with me, or a digital representation of my cats. So 2 ladies on the left and a male cat on the right. He looks a bit suspicious, but that makes sense throughout the presentation, I promise. But we'll start with the ladies. They help me guide you through the presentation, okay? So, but before we come to that, let's have a look at the status quo. So the Fiori generator as of today, need to start again. So if you are not familiar with the Fiori generator, I should have started like this. Check out the QR code that brings you to the VS Code extensions for Fiori tools. That includes the generator. But I just assume that you are familiar with the Fiori generator. So if you generate a new application, so far what you got is this basic test scaffold with regards to the integration tests. This means you get this, I think you're pretty much aware of it. You get this OPA test unit HTML stuff, the test suite HTML and JavaScript, so this whole glue code, and one journey that does, let's say, not much, okay? But if we now come back to what I said at the very beginning, it was like we use virtual endpoints. So if we use virtual endpoints, then all this test glue code is no longer part of your application. And you are basically left with this first journey that does not much. Okay, so from that point, the next question would be, yes, that's, of course, could be better, but what's the actual problem? So the problem is that you have to manually write the OPA tests. So from her perspective, it's an insult to her laziness. Of course, you are not lazy, but you have to manually write that OPA test. And this is a problem, even if you compare to the application development, if you have to spend the same amount into writing OPA tests and integration tests that you have to spend for building the actual business application, then this is a real problem. Yeah. So she has a very curious sister, and she's like, yeah, maybe we could have a look at the metadata. And that's why I said very curious, so checking out that package that's named metadata XML, and she's like crawling under Scratchpad with a manifest JSON stuff. So that's then already the transition to the solution, because basically that's what we did. So we also now from this point in time, with the latest release, the Fiori generator generates meaningful OPA 5 tests. Okay, so this means we started with a list report and object page, And then we analyze the manifest JSON, the metadata XML, and the local annotations. I have to add that for our data v4. Yeah, so we'll come to that later. And also, if you generate an application now today with this new setup that we will come to in the first demo, we will get better over time. And that this is also a benefit for the applications you generate today, I will show you after the first demo. So now we will create an application and then check out the OPA test. So you need to have this first journey thingy in mind that basically just opened the list report. Okay. So now we change to VS Code. Then we open the agent generator. Nice. Some issues. Let's quickly click them away. I hope I don't need to restart VS Code. But I'm also prepared for that. Okay. So generator opened. Same as in the Ian showed this morning, we use the famous list report page. Next. Then we configure an existing OData service because I brought an OData service with me from our demo system. Next, so then here we stick with the default project attributes. We have 1, 2, and 3, and let's go for 4. And then scroll to the back. So the virtual endpoints I was talking about is down here. So this is now. The default is yes, the default is like this for quite some time, but what's new is that this yes also means we virtualize the test endpoints. So clicking finish here, letting the generator do its job. Again, Windows is giving me a hard time today. Okay, so here it is. Then, while it installs the dependencies, I go to web app test, and there you can see it. You open that one, for example. You see now there's this no longer the first journey, but there's this travel list journey.gen.js, and now the app info comes in between. And there's also this travel object page journey gen.js, right? And if you then just let me quickly scroll through. You see there's some stuff going on the filter bar, and some actions were executed, and so on and so forth. Also go to the right. So here you see like travel ID, agency ID, also some German Kunden ID is in. So that's now based on the service I provided and the metadata that comes with the service and the annotations that come with the service. So no longer just this generic first journey, but now based on your metadata, real OPA test generated. Same is of course true for the object page. Yeah, then we check the form and the form fields and so on and so forth. So if we now go to the package JSON and start the test, while the server is running, I also want to show, but not going to generate that one. I want to show the same project I generated, but as you can see on TypeScript. So we go to web app test, same, and you see the same journeys. So if you open it, the content is the same. But what's also new here is that, let's just run the OPA tests in the background, because I want to continue on the TypeScript ones. So what you see here as well is this OPA types ETS file. So this wires up all the types available from the SAP FE test library, including then the OPA test, the OPA 5 types, and so on and so forth. So all that you need to do into this given when then structure, so that on the actual journey, you see here this on the travel is generated, on filter bar, or I check filter field, and so on and so forth. So this is all type safe. And of course, you can reuse these generated types for your custom journeys then as well. But we'll come to that in a minute. So let's check the OPA test, still running, okay. And then it's gone. So you see, no longer this empty journey, but here we have 9 tests with 44 assertions. So out of the box, based on the data from the metadata of that service. Okay, let's close that one. Let's close that one. So going back to the presentation. Okay, so next is, I mean, you remember that suspiciously looking male cat, right? So he is a bit jealous because he made himself comfortable in this kind of messy situation. And now he's like, what about my existing app? Yeah, but we got you covered because we did not only integrate this OPA5 test generation into the application generator, but we also have this kind of standalone on the app info page that also Ian showed this morning. So it's possible to generate this into existing applications. But then he's like, don't mess with my existing setup. Well, he's right. And I promise we won't do, because as said, we generate these journeys. If we are aware of the test setup, we will also integrate it end to end. But if it's like a custom setup that we are not aware, then all you need to do is basically add the add the new journeys to your existing test setup. And I think that's a pretty fair deal, because it's like adding the journey name into your setup is like, let's say 5 minutes, but creating that whole journey or the journeys that we generate will take much longer. Yeah, so I think that's a fair deal. So, but that's the second demo. So I have prepared an application with existing journeys, and we will generate now. It's based on the same service, I have to add, so that we have a kind of comparison. And we'll generate now the new tests into the app with the existing setup. And then, of course, we check out the OPA test, not to forget that. So if we go back to here, close all that one, close that one. So that's my existing application, project 3.js. From there, we open the application info. So here it is. Maybe you recognize that from the demo this morning. If you scroll down, what you could have also seen this morning, if you watched closely, is this generate OPA5 test. Okay? So if we have a look, web app test, there's my custom journey. And also there's like my custom made list journey. So it's just a custom journey. You can have a brief look. Basically, maybe I was lazy and copied over the generated one, but I think that's no problem because it's a custom-made one now. So I hit this generate OPA test. Then again, I get a dialog that assures me that no files will be deleted. That's nice. And you see already tests have been generated. So now let's see what we are left with. Oh no, basically we just, let's do it the other way around. We directly execute the test. And while the server is starting, we can have a look again. So this generated stuff is in here. It's also, maybe you remember that the wrong I18N Kunden ID thingy. So it's the same like with a standalone app because it's the same service. So that's good. Tests are also running. Let me scroll up in the background. Okay, maybe while OPA takes its time, I can show you that one. So within the generated files, so this gen.js and the list report and object page, you see this kind of warning auto-generated file thingy. That's why we consider, I mean, in the end, there are 3 use cases. Use case 1 is you generate a new application. But as the mail cat showed, use case 2 is you have an existing application. And within that application, if you have the generated setup like this, there are still 2 use cases left. Use case 1 is you integrate new features into your existing service, because that's then changes in a metadata, and that leads to new or updated journeys. Okay, so that's use case 1. And use case 2 is we add new features, because if we add new features, you also can generate and you get new tests or updated tests, because we have new capabilities discovered from the existing metadata that actually did not change. So I think it's worthwhile hitting the generate button from time to time if you read that we made some changes in the changelog from the Fiori tools, or if you have new features. So, but coming back to the OPA tests, you see the OPA tests are running, and let me just quickly open that one. There you see, now it's not this one custom module, but it's the 2 additional ones. And maybe you also recognize the bug I found this morning, because it's called travel object page journey, the generated one, which should be fixed. Okay, but that's okay. So actually we can check. Yeah, so here it is, object page. So that, but as said, if you regenerate, sooner or later this will be fixed. Okay, so coming back to the presentation. So of course there are like different setups, as said, but due to the fact that we only generate these journeys, I think the integration part, if we leave the integration part, it's a fair deal. So in the end, to wrap it up, what you get is the Fiori tools generator massively import the OPA5 test generation and regeneration for data v4 apps, TypeScript and JavaScript. So also this TypeScript type regenerate is really nice. You should check that out. And we will also add, that's a thing we need to do, we will also add this regeneration not only in the app info page, but within our CLI. Because this means if it's part of our CLI, it will automatically be part of our MCP server and also our skill regarding how to use this CLI. So it means if we do that, it's automatically usable by agents as well. So in the end, then it's like you can save tokens if you let us generate the metadata-based integration tests on it. I have to add on a deterministic way, right? Because of course you could use AI, and of course you could sometimes get the right result, but we do it deterministic and with let tokens, because we use 0 tokens for that one. And then on top, for your tests, for your custom implementation, you can use the agents and maybe the brand new Fiori agent for OPA5 development. That's the 2 QR codes, because as said in the morning, of course we prefer to use, if you use our plugin, the Claude plugin, because there you have the MCP and all our skills all in one package. But if there are, or if your setup does not allow that, the second QR code is directly going to skills page where you find our skills as standalone. And of course, feel free to use. And we also interested in feedback, because all of that stuff is open source, so you can have a look yourself and get in touch with us via our open source repo. And with that, that's already it. While we are doing Q&A, maybe just quickly scan that thingy and give me a thumbs up.
Thank you, Dominik, for this presentation. And first of all, one question. Are there any cats, or have there any cats been harmed in the making of this presentation?
I can promise no. All cats are fine and yeah, maybe chilling somewhere outside.
Great. So, any questions here in the audience? one question. I come over to you. Just one moment.
Don't you want to?
Maybe I can hand it over there. Just one moment. It's in the middle.
Johannes, you could have thrown the box.
Hi. Thank you for the good presentation. One simple question. If we have an app that is currently not converted to the virtual endpoints, does the assistant migrate it or not? Or is there an assistant that migrate to the new virtual endpoints?
We have a CLI to switch to the virtual endpoints, the CLI command. And also we have like an addition in our create CLI agent skill, how to do the conversion. So if you, did you try that one? So you should.
Yes.
And that didn't work.
I don't try it, but I would try it in the next time.
So if that one didn't work, then we should get in touch, of course, because we're interested then in the setup. But the normal way would be to use our CLI with this convert preview config option and then see if the virtualization works out.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I'll just give you the hand mic as well.
Hey, how you going? Great presentation. The question I have was that you're building these tests based off the metadata and the manifest. What is the scope there? Is it going to go and read your actions or your tabs, or is it mainly just doing like smoke tests?
It really reads the metadata XML from the application and the manifest and stuff. And we really, I mean, obviously now we started with list brought an object page, and we also have not covered all annotations that are out there. Yeah, but the goal is really to use the annotations that are part of the metadata and not like come up with a smoke test, but test everything we can do. I mean, of course, we cannot test your custom implementation part. Yeah, that's for sure. But then
that was a bit that was missing. I didn't see anything around mutation where you're creating new objects on the list. Were you updating objects on the object page? To me, it looked like you were doing a lot of assertion and not really mutation. Were you creating stuff?
So let's say if you use the Fiori elements features and annotations to, let's make an example, you add some more form fields on the object page, right? And then hit the regenerate button. Then these new fields, if they are annotation based, will become part of the OPA test. So if you have a custom section, for example, then of course we are not aware of your code within that. But as soon as you use annotations and add new form fields via applications, for example, then if you regenerate, then it will become part of the test.
Okay. Good. Any further questions in the room? I just tried with the cube, just a moment.
Test. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really enjoyed the cats. I do not have a lot of experience in writing tests, and I'm struggling with the question why I would generate these tests. Because they look like they test default behavior I would expect Fiori elements to do for me, and I really wouldn't like to test behavior that's where the responsibility is part of the framework.
That's a fair point, but let's say you have a UI hidden annotation, for example, right? Then you want to make sure that this is not part of the UI. And so I think with, like, of course, also you are covering a lot what Fiori elements is supposed to do. That's a fair point. But you're also catching like corner cases. But also I mean, let's say every one of us, hopefully, did a UI5 upgrade, okay? And from time to time, UI5 updates can be disruptive, also with regards to Fiori elements, right? So I would say it's, and even if you get them for free, so to say, I think it's a good use case to also within this UI5 updates get like that proof that everything is still working as expected.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, then I guess we are running out of time. So if there are any further questions, I guess you can meet Dominik in front of the room and or here the side and can ask a question there. So thank you for your participation, and thank you, Dominik, for your session. And yeah, give it one round of applause. So, welcome everyone to our last session before the Ask UI5 Anything. The session now is OneCap Core, 50 UI5 apps, digitizing construction sites with UI5. And I welcome on stage from CBS, Christoph Ueberle and Marvin Weitz. Christoph is a solution architect specializing in SAP BTP and Fiori development. And Marvin is a full stack developer with passion for understanding stuff. So,
okay.
One round of applause.
Thank you. It's always great to be here on stage. Always also apparently with a mouthful of a title for a presentation, but let's simply power past that. We're together with our partner at Leonard Weiss, we've made together a journey from SAP ETM to a self-built platform on BTP for them. And for that purpose, let's see a little bit of an agenda today. I'll start with the starting point. First of all, our customer and how they had their concerns and how we tackled those concerns. After that, Marvin will introduce you a little bit. I will start with the process and the architecture, and after that, Marvin will show you a little bit about the engineering patterns that we have applied, as well some highlights from our UI5 development, so monorepo, end-to-end, type safety. And I will then head off with a little bit of future stuff, which is along the way and where we already made a few tests. So, first of all, Leonard Weiss, passion for construction. Who is Leonard Weiss? Leonard Weiss is one of Germany's largest construction and civil engineering groups. They have thousands of machines, tools, and materials in motion every day. Central yards and warehouses feeding hundreds of construction sites all over Germany and in other countries. And every device must be tracked, moved, serviced, built, and returned back to the warehouses. So people are using it, who are using it, or who are using ETM, or were using ETM, the warehouse staff, the foremen, site managers, and dispatchers. So a lot of people. So what was the past? The past was SAP ETM, which had end of life last year. And Leonard Weiss had, what it delivered was central master data for equipment, tools, and materials. So movement bookings, stocks across the company, they had a tight integration with finance, plant maintenance, settlement, for rental, charges, and accounting handled in one place. Where it then started to hurt, apart from the end of life last year, was that the only UX that they had was sub GUI and classic UIs, which are not built for the field. And it was weak in regards to mobile and offline capabilities, and the experience for the warehouses and sites was relatively poor. Some fun facts also at the site on how much of equipment and stuff we're talking about. So ETM itself was rigid and mainly focused, of course, on standardized processes, and they were hard to tailor to Leonard Weiss themselves. So they had a lot of, large change cycles coupled to their ERP, so innovation overall was slow. Of course, when we were approached, hey, we have a big sub-product which gets out of commission, and we need a solution for that, we had to beat a lot of concerns. Those concerns, of course, were with a lot of the stakeholders. Yeah, we had a head of software engineering, we had the CIO, the IT lead for logistics, the head of purchasing, as well as the head of the tech department and the co-head of the tech department, and all of them had, of course, different concerns. So what we did, or what our, let's say, management team did, was to really dig deep for the solutioning and for the concerns, let's say, for the IT logistics guy. There was a very, very big and large PDF for all the necessary requirements that need to be in the solution in the end. And of course, the biggest concern for him was if we could really understand the business, the complexity behind it, and that we would only be developers.
But what our management team did then, they dug deep. They went into the requirements, built a very large picture about all the possible processes, and really, painted a picture. So the IT lead in logistics was then a little bit more positive, and that how we understood the design, and it's now a little bit more colorful, let's give them a chance. And after that, the complete picture, which was a very large billboard, he understood how in-depth we went, that the solution design was based on their knowledge and our experience, which then brought in the product together. Another example for the co-head of tech is they had very negative experiences with Fiori UX or UI in the past. Also, they saw very old UX slides from other partners and how they would tailor it to their processes, and they were, let's say, less than impressed. After a few workshops with them, UX workshops, and where we displayed what we would actually do, how we would make a clean UI for them, how they apply it to their needs, they got a little bit more happy. So it's not only clear, but efficient and as few clicks as possible, and even on mobile. Okay, coming into the processes and the architecture overall. Basically, what Leonard Weiss has and needed from us to be in the applications were 4 base processes that show the movement of their articles end to end. The very first one and the most basic one is the HIN. There was no English translation for that. It's the movement of the goods from the warehouse to the construction site. For that, we have a managed movements application which starts an order, a picking app where the warehouse worker picks stuff from the places inside the warehouse and puts them in a place where they are loaded and issued then to the trucks, which then brings them to the construction site, where another application, a goods receipt application, then confirms the entry. Another one is the Rück movement, the back movement. There again, it's triggered. Now it's triggered in the goods issue. It can be viewed in the Managed Movements app, and then we have an article receipt in the warehouse where they can then be booked. The more exotic processes are Umlag and later now the Umbau, which is a movement between 2 warehouses, as you can see. All again there, the start is at the Managed Movements, picking, issuing, and then to the receipt app. For Umbau, the movement between construction sites, we start with the goods issue, which is then viewable in our Managed Movements application, and then it's once again in the goods receipt received. So now coming to the engineering patterns, I hand over to Marvin.
Yeah. As you might have noticed now, or at least by the title of our presentation, this is not a small project. We basically redesigned or rebuilt a whole sub-module from the ground up while keeping the expectations of Leonard Weiss and also making it in a way that it's still developable in the future when new requests come in. And for that, we needed engineering patterns to basically construct the whole app in a certain way to achieve all of these goals. And for that, we, of course, kept the core clean with 3 pillars, basically. At the basis of that, we have one central hub backend, which manages everything, all the data, and creates sort of our own sphere of interaction with our own process apps. So we try to limit the interaction with the actual subsystem at the customer, and only, which is on the right side, only gathering what is actually needed and only giving back what the system actually expects, which in our case is mostly accounting data at the end of the month. And we only gather the data that's the basic data, like what articles are there, what construction sites are there, and the rest happens in our self-built sphere, so we can basically do whatever. and evolve that without interrupting ourselves in the future. For that we had just one big CAP backend, and for the UI5 front end, we had lots of customization, lots of possibilities, lots of processes we had to display, and there we used the role system to basically limit what each user sees, because not everyone needs every app. So for example, a worker in a warehouse, they don't need to configure article types or construction sites, they only need to know what do I need to pick from what place at what time. And they also need to do it in a different environment than someone who's working in the office and configuring admin stuff. They need to do it on a mobile phone because they don't carry around a laptop in their warehouse. So we also needed to adapt to these environments, specifically for certain apps. And of course, all the changes needed to be live. So whatever someone did at one point, at all the other places, it should be reflected like instantly or with the new, with the next reload. So that's where the CAP backend also comes into play. And this you can see now here again in a bit broader spectrum. You have the process apps, which are all freestyle apps, and around 50 Fiori Elements apps, which are basically all the admin stuff, all the configuration stuff. And they talk to each other via the OData services and only put down information into the S4 system or gather information when it's needed. And the two apps you can see on the side here are what Christoph also showed in the process apps when it came to the construction side, because we technically built these apps as well a few years back. But we don't control them in our, like I said, created smart sphere. So we basically can't trust it, and had to create a connection via event mesh to communicate with these systems. And this whole process of, or this whole concept of separation also came down not only on this global scale, but also on a per app scale. So each of the apps always follows one dedicated purpose, especially the Fiori Elements apps. And for the custom process apps, we basically divided them up so the user path is always clear also in the code, so we can test it, iterate, development on it, and basically have a structure where the minimal amount of data actually flows through the system, and at each stage, if necessary, we try to communicate with the backend and let the backend handle everything, and at best have a SQL view on the HANA, which actually takes care of calculations, and we only request as little as possible and only gather the data from ourselves, even when it's needed to minimize the data flow and also the potential for errors, basically. All of this had to have like a technical background as well, so let's play a bit of bullshit bingo, basically. But each of these things are actually needed. I don't think there's a single one of these phrases there which could be omitted without it being a much harder project. We started out with, in the first moment, already knowing, okay, we have some reusable content, creating a base controller for the UI apps, but also going a step further and not only having this base controller for different views of the same process app, but also having a shared library across process apps. So if we have certain UI components or business logic, we could put it into this shared library, and at deployment, this shared library would basically be copied into the deployment artifact of this process app and would be available there, and we only have one place to configure everything, to develop everything, and it would be reflected everywhere it's used, whatever it is. We also used metadata-driven content, had a few custom delegates there for fully dynamic behavior, but that would be a bit too much for the 20-minute talk. The code base was also quite nice because we had basically two Git repos, one for the smart core, where
all the CDS data was, all the Fiori elements applications, but the custom apps were all in one monorepo. So all the process apps were in one repo, even though they basically different apps. This allowed us to deploy both the backend and frontend completely separately, which was quite nice, and I'll talk about in 1 second in the middle there. But we also had like a really nice dev setup with dev containers, because there were like 30 people working on this project, coming in and coming out of the project at times. And with dev containers, we basically had a one-click setup for the dev environment with all the tools installed, all the CLI tools, even private NPM repo setups, because we also had a few private NPM packages we used in the project, which had to be set up for local development. And this was basically a one-click setup then, after some initial work. Like I said, the deployment process was completely independent, at least in the scope of the smart core, so the CAP backend. Of course, it must be deployed as one, but all the process apps, the custom process apps, they could actually be deployed individually via Cloud Foundry push instead of using an MTA deployment. And this was extremely fast on the one hand, and on the other hand also enabled us to not get into each other's hairs, basically, when one is deploying the one app, the other one is deploying the next app 5 minutes later, and every time it would be a complete downtime. That wouldn't be nice, so we separated that, and it actually worked quite well. The same thing for the backend, where we use the blue-green deployment, which is extremely fast to set up and basically has a zero downtime available then. And everything was protected by central pipelines, which controlled everything, so nobody could commit code that's really bad, at least. And we also had some nice-to-have things like automated cherry picking. So there the use case is if you have like the production branch or the staging branch, you need to deploy a hotfix to before the next release. You also want to have that in the next release on the dev branch, and it's tedious to always cherry pick this commit after you pushed it to the production branch, basically to the dev branch, or you might also forget it. So in the pipeline we had automatic cherry picking, which would basically cherry pick it to the appropriate branch, so nothing was lost. And a personal highlight for me, because I really like TypeScript, was TypeScript. We had end-to-end type safety. The basis for that was CDS Typer. In the previous talk, there was already a shout out to that, but it's a really, really nice tool. So that was the basis for everything. And it's actually my first project I worked on in my professional career, and in the months in the beginning and after, or before I even started with this project, I sort of played around already and with TypeScript and UI5, and basically I tried to gap almost all the bridges, came up with a custom library for the type integration into the front end when, for example, making an action call, because this is basically not typable, but I made it work via CDS Typer as a basis, and then building on top of that. And even going further, having a type JSON model, which actually the other talk is currently exactly about that, so nice. But some of this I might publish as packages depending on how much time I have. But the day has only 24 hours. So back to Christoph.
So, what changed for Leonard Weiss in the end? They received a modern field UX, so for their mobile applications, for their mobile phones in the construction sites as well as in the warehouses. They have role-based apps now and completely replaced SAP GUI. We now have faster releases, so we are not dependent anymore on the ERP upgrade, but we can ship any changes in applications per minute, or by the minute. We are completely clean core, as we only interact as needed with the ERP itself, so that the true core or the true source of truth is still in the ERP regarding the financial data, but everything else happens on BTP. And what they got was a real complex platform, 70 plus applications to to customize what they need in their master data, and to handle each and every persona in action at Leonhard Weiss. So at this point, we still have 5 minutes left, and probably after 15 minutes you thought that in this talk you might be spared with the AI stuff, but you thought wrong. So the future outlook for what we are collaborating on, even with SAP and with Leonhard Weiss, is my agent has legs. So let's imagine one thing. It's 6 a.m. on a construction site. A site supervisor spends around 90 minutes in the morning round to get equipment, traffic safety, materials, all on a clipboard. And what ends up then in SAP, maybe 50%. So that's 90 minutes every morning that he goes around, checks stuff, and needs to capture everything so that decisions can be taken. The most expensive gap at the moment in the industry is that these 90 minutes in daily manual rounds roundabout go up into a yearly hundreds of millions of euros in time that is, so to speak, wasted. And only after that, 50% of the findings and observations that the person has in the morning goes then into SAP, or in the SAP system then. So across every industry, we have this gap, because the work is still there, but the people aren't. We have to sleep. So in the morning, let's say someone can automated go through the construction site and can look into the stuff. By 2035, around 7.5 million people from the boomer generation are retiring. So that's in Germany a gigantic part of the workforce. That's often simply a gap. Right? And now meet Jarvis. Jarvis is our general purpose quadruped robot dog. Right? So it has certain specs. I will not go into the details because we only have a couple of minutes more and I have a demo video. But it was basically the baseline, and what we did was we enhanced it with some speakers, a Wi-Fi antenna, and a USB hub. For that, we also used our 3D printer to create a harness, so we can put in a backpack on the RoboDog, and created a Fiori front end to communicate with it based on events. So we used BTP event mesh to basically say the dog with an LLM what to do. And now let me start the video. So we have here a Fiori front end. It's a little bit custom, as you may imagine. Playing. I think the video is not playing. Cool. Okay, then let me...
We can show individual frames.
Yes. So the robot at the moment is on a construction site, at the warehouse at Leonhard Weiss, and it gets via the chat down here an input to search for certain steel beams. And it's nice that it's lagging behind a little bit. So we are basically prompting the RoboDog to search for these steel beams. He does a little bit of a background check in the on-premise system. Is this the real material that you're looking for? And after we confirm that and send out an additional event, the robot will start to search for it. So as you can see, it starts to move. We have in here also a nice graph about the reasoning behind it and the LLM, what it's doing. And as you can see, this is real material. These are real steel beams, and he finds them and interprets also the labels on top of the steel beams. On the right, you can see also then in third person what he's doing and how he's going around. And yeah, so he's starting to count, and then also phones back the inventory count to update it in the backend. Of course, this is a proof of concept work. In the far future, you will have bipedal robots probably, which can also grab stuff. But yeah, he confirms the material and verifies these were the steel beams, and now he's found some Sägen. Yeah. So.
And whoever manages to steal steel beams, props. I mean, if they are missing, then something's wrong. Yeah.
So one last thing to mention is in the record for the RoboDoc, no RoboDocs were hurt. And thank you so far for listening. We can now start the Q&A.
So, thank you, Christoph and Marvin, for your interesting insights into your journey with Leonard Weiss. Unfortunately, we are now out of time, so there is no time for further questions right now on stage, but I'm pretty sure the two guys will wait on site or outside and answer questions if there are any questions. So please, yeah, join me in welcoming, thanking both of them for the presentation, and we will continue in 10 minutes with Ask UI5 Anything session here in the room here on the stage. So thank you very much. So, welcome everyone to our last point on the official agenda, the Ask UI5 Anything. And please welcome on stage with me, Peter Muessig and
We are
Stefan Beck.
already here.
So, yes. Therefore, but a round of applause is still in.
I take that.
Take it before answering the question. So.
At least now we get applause. Let's see what happens afterwards.
So we got a big stack of questions here from the box outside. So maybe let's start with a few easy ones to get warm with it. First question. When I Google UI5 name of control API, it will initially give me the 1.38.63 API page. Please fix SEO.
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. And we noticed that already. Thank you also for mentioning that. While we changed our hosting infrastructure from the Neo platform to the Cloud Foundry platform, there is a small issue in the resource handler of UI5 which doesn't make which doesn't allow us to have the SEO running right now. But we are on a way to fix that, and this should also be soon getting fixed, yeah. So it's just a matter of time. The next couple of weeks, we should fix that.
Perfect. So
you have asked the question. No? I thought you may want to get the fame. Just support. Okay, cool. No.
Good, the next one. In V2 Smart Table, it's possible to select all rows using the plugin API. Please also make this available in V4 Table.
Could I try to take it? The experts are in the first row if I need help. So the table,
Joker.
table offers,
Audience Joker.
The V4 MDC table offers a property selection limit. You have to put it higher or to a specific value. You have to find that in documentation, and this can be done via the manifest for the table building block, and this should be the way to achieve the same behavior than in V2. So selection limit property in the manifest for the table building block. Okay? Good. Next one.
Thank you. Yeah, let's stay with, smart controls. In a V2 filter bar, I can paste multiple Excel rows and they will be converted to filters. In a V4 filter bar, this does not work. When fix?
Good, I would say it's a feature request most likely, also looking a bit to the colleagues here. So it's a different underlying architecture in V4, and I think it was overlooked so far, so thanks, but please GitHub request, pull request, and then we have a look into it.
Perfect. So one further question from the box, before we come to questions in the room. Why does SAP not support smart functions for data V4 controls?
Good, I think I'm not sure how to read the question. I would say why we don't have any longer the smart controls in V4. And this was from the very beginning kind of a fundamental decision to make it different in the V4, to go with the building blocks that behave like the overall templating approach in Fiori element. That means we want to step away from the smart controls, which from the outside are a kind of a black box, and transfer it into the templating mechanism. And also one of the big advantages is that this templating can be cached, executed once, be cached, is in the browser cache. The next time to approach this smart, so to speak, these building block components, they work out of the box and do not have to interpret the metadata anymore. This was one of the samples, and this is why we, for consistency reason, decided for kind of different technology. And there should not be any disadvantage. There might be, as we just learned, feature differences. So if there's something problematic for you, bring it to our attention. But overall, from the concept as such, I think we made really good experience and are still convinced that this was the right and beneficial approach.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
So, I also have a few tough ones on here, but maybe before we start with them,
thank you.
Maybe we have something simple also here in the room. There are some questions over there, just one moment.
Don't be shy. Easy ones, please. Did you see a hand raising? Ah, there.
Yeah.
One row below, sorry.
One beer less.
So until 2 weeks ago, the your UI5 versions up till I think version 1.149.1 had a problem. Okay, with Fiori apps that if you have groupings, you cannot. So after grouping things in the Fiori table, you can't rearrange the columns. So I was in contact with your team, and then they said, I think 2 weeks ago, and then they said it was going to be fixed. It was a platform problem or platform issue, which was going to be fixed with the version 1.150. So I just saw this morning that I didn't get any response after that, so I was checking regularly, and then I saw today that the 1.150 have been released. So I'd like to know if this was included in the fix. Thank you.
Do you know that from the Fiori Elements colleagues by heart, whether this was in the fix or that? That's a tough question, by the way, yeah?
But in the release notes, the bug fixes are really listed. So if you go into the SAP UI5 demo kit page and look for the release notes, you could find it. Or should be able to find it.
But I would suppose, so if they write that it's fixed in 150, that it's also in.
Should be.
Yeah? And the version should be out there. Oh yeah, echoing.
Keep a bit distance.
Maybe it's also me with a cube in my hand.
Okay.
So there was a further question. Just one moment.
So we just saw the new and awesome type JSON model, and there seem to be some challenges in regards to checking in XML views at design time. But would it be maybe possible to have a check in the linter so that it checks in XML view if there is a JSON model context, and if that JSON model is a type JSON model, and if the value that is bound somewhere does match the property? Just an idea, maybe.
Yeah, could be done, but for sure this is a kind of a complicated lookup, yeah. But technically, I would say not impossible. Maybe I ask Claude later on to provide us a solution for that. No, but it would be just meaning work for us at the moment, yeah. But it's a good idea to do this kind of type checking, because all our binding expressions, which are kind of strings, yeah. They are not having really a context on that, yeah, and having a tool which can check whether this context is correct, and we have a structure for this this model, then this would be okay, yeah. But JSON, yeah, with a type JSON model, we have the type definition. That's true, yeah. So there should be some information around, and we should be able to check it. So I think we can take that, right? I hope someone is in the room to note it down. Otherwise, we have to recording. Florian is typing it already, so it goes to backlog for the linter. Thank you.
Already on the agenda. So any further questions in the room right now? Oh, down here. Almost.
I got it.
It's quite hard with full hands, sorry.
Too many questions in your hand.
No, 12 years ago, I filed a feature request.
12 years?
12 years already, yeah. No, I'm really glad that the bound filters is finally solved, that issue.
That's
and
from
I
the
have
box
a
stuff.
small token of appreciation.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Wow. You fixed it. Finally, you have to see that. Yeah, I think this is a good kudo box for the team. Yeah, who fixed that? I think we make sure that the right guys will get it. Yeah. Maybe. No, but thanks so much, Robin. Yeah,
no,
really kind of you.
Really nice surprise.
Let's put it between the Phoenix guys. Yeah. Don't touch that.
So maybe we start also with a question from the online audience. I throw the cube later in the room again if someone wants to. We have one question from the online audience. UI5 on S4 on-premise can run on server side? Or, can it run? So without having any network log, EA, OData service calls?
So UI5 itself is not running on a server side, so it's not a server-side framework. It's a pure client-side framework, and if it needs data, it requests that either via our data calls or not, but we do not do rendering on the server side with UI5.
Yes, answered.
Okay.
So, let's come to a tougher one, right?
Okay, you will take one of these.
We have a few questions regarding a topic. When is UI5 2.0 coming? And
shit, what made it?
And what is the future of SAP UI5?
Okay, let me start. So version 2 is, let's say, from a shipment perspective, currently on hold. You have seen it in the keynote that we finalize the internal stuff. So with Fiori Elements colleagues, we will bring everything on the stage, and we have done a lot of achievements and cleaned up our framework, follow internally the rules that we have externally applied. Still, as I tried to explain, you can now say either we have been a bit too slow or AI was a bit too fast. It leading we are now in a situation that we could release version 2. You also saw the migration tools, 95% and higher conversion, automatic conversion. Everybody would dream from that capabilities in the beginning, but now we face the AI challenge, and many more things are questioned. How does the future programming model look like? What is the future design? How do we address all these challenges? And this is basically why we have currently decided now to put the delivery on hold, bring it in a stable phase, and now we also experiment, see how we can evolve, and also potentially do then a bigger step forward than we anticipated with V2, because V2, as we said, is legacy free. It has advantages, but it's not fundamentally different. So from an AI perspective, it would not solve additional problems compared to the V1 stack. And therefore, if we now really want to bring something new, addressing different problems to solve, we have to not only potentially, I would say likely, do a bit more. And this is what we currently try to figure out, and also had a lot of questions during the day. And this is the way that we now pursue. And then stay tuned what we will tell you then next year here. That could be then something bigger. But maybe, Peter, you also add your sentence, because a lot of this foundational work is now really important and also pays out for what we want to do and have to do here.
So following the steps with the legacy free, that you are taking these actions, that you know the best practices, that you are using the linter and the UI5 modernization skills, or the coding agent capabilities, this is definitely making sense for you to clean up really your applications and make them ready for future things. Yeah, so you benefit anyhow from that, having a cleaned up code base, also from the things what we do in the modernization inside the framework anyhow, because our investment definitely goes in the legacy free pieces, even though if we do not split up, let's say, these non-deprecated pieces from our delivery at the moment. Yeah, for us also, you have to imagine this would mean if we roll out the 2.0, then this becomes another thing we need to maintain, and also how it evolves in the future. I would say it will also evolve in a different direction if we start off with that. And then we have two code bases to maintain, and as there is also maybe something around that we do even more investment or want to do more investment in the framework, as Stefan intended or mentioned already. This means also that we may go even beyond that what we have in mind in the past with a legacy free or UI5 2.0 story. And we could now use this opportunity to monitor also what's happening now around the AI topic, to see how we in future should position ourselves, position the UI5 framework to play best class role in this AI environment. And I think this is really essential for us. So we want to really play a key role there. And as I said also in the keynote, UI5 is really a very good framework for building applications on top of that, even with the AI foundation, because it provides so many capabilities for that. And this is, I would say, something where we should have a little bit the liberty at the end to decide what will be the right thing to go forward with.
So, yeah.
Another tough one?
Maybe a little bit, but you partially already answered it. But maybe let's go a bit more in detail also. There were questions around, will UI5 survive the AI boom? And I guess it connects directly a bit to this topic.
Who starts? So basically, yes, it will. No, but you have seen it basically in the whole keynote and during the day that we have invested extremely into enabling and improving UI5 for the agentic development. It's nearly, let's say, I would say, as of today, if you want to develop, you hardly have to write one line of code. You can all do with your helpers in agentic development already as of today. So in this kind of space where we talk about applications, about things that have a longer life cycle than just instant, if we look into GenUI, SAP UI5 and also the framework as such has a huge set of capabilities that are still relevant, but also maybe Peter, you just add in your thoughts. But yeah, as said, also this kind of what you see, the maybe last thing as this secure platform. The secure platform thing is still differentiating UI5 and all the other competitors outside in how and what AI has to do and works with the framework. That so many things come out of the box, AI cannot do anything wrong. You know, if you ask AI to build a UI5 applications, it's already internationalized. If you do it with React, you have to really specify it in a prompt. I want this language, that language, that language. And with UI5, just one sample, it comes out of the box. Same for accessibility. You need all the skills. You have to do the specific skills to train it. With UI5, the framework brings it out of the box. And all these capabilities are in the application segment still, I would say, outstanding. And that's what UI5 or the only UI5 can do as of today.
Yeah, when you heard exactly in the details, Stefan said UI5 is a UI platform. Yeah, React is a rendering library. It's a different thing for what, for example, React is made than for what UI5 is made. So UI5 we built for you at the end in the early days to take away the load from your shoulders, to take care about different things. So if you look into UI5, it solves you with an application programmer that comes with a huge set of controls which is available for you. It provides you capabilities, as Stefan said, for internationalization, globalization, formatting aspects.
Data binding models.
Yeah, data binding models, it goes beyond data connectivity, stuff like that. So it's really a platform. It's not just a thing which does the library, so the rendering piece of that. That's one of the assets for sure, which it solves, but it provides you a real platform.
Understanding of metadata, blah, blah.
Thank you.
I'm stopping.
and now you bring my thinking in a different direction.
Sorry, Peter.
No, and with that UI platform, we also provide a huge set of tooling around, which helps you in doing this development. So it's a full set of things which we take care at the end for you, that you can concentrate on building your applications, and you don't need to worry about things where the platform is taking care about. So for example, we take care for you about updating the third parties we provide to you, about ensuring that everything is secure in the framework. We take care of that, you know what's all built in that. And this is something we give to you, and you can build on top of that. And we also have a capability inside, which is, I said it in the keynote, also quite important. We have this lifecycle decoupling, where there's nothing like this available out of the box from other frameworks, and you can concentrate to build apps. And the apps, they can last for, let's say, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. And we take care to update the framework behind that, and you get a secure foundation of that. There is nothing like that available, yeah? And this is the task what a UI platform is doing, more than what a rendering library is doing or a normal UI framework is doing for you. And these are the things what you get out of the box, and that's also why this is an enterprise framework which takes care about all that. And this kind of quality, this is even necessary if you build things with AI, because in the past it was made for you as developers to simplify your life, that you don't need to worry about all that, but also coding agents benefit for sure from that. If a coding agent builds it, I talk too long?
Yes.
If you now a coding agent is doing the coding and builds a wipe codes an application, then at the end also this app produced by the coding agent is benefiting the same way from that. Yeah, and I think these are things, if you think a little bit longer on that, which is quite an important asset. And also when you think of what a framework provides to you or this platform provides to you, these are a lot of things where, for example, the coding agent doesn't need to spend tokens on. It doesn't need to think of the translation parts. It doesn't need to think of whatever is needed around. You just get that out of the box, and the coding agent knows that this is included and there are no tokens spent. So this is overall then a good investment to be based on a solid enterprise-ready framework or platform behind that. Yeah.
Thank you for the detailed thoughts about this topic. Maybe one question in between from the online audience. Why are request completed and request failed events still not available for data v4 model? It's a big gap compared to v2. It's a heartbreak.
Can someone in the audience help?
Are still the OData v4 colleagues present? Thomas. Where is the... Just take the box. And Thomas is coming down. Do you want to come up on stage?
I'll give you my mic.
Just come up.
Well, in short, I would claim that whatever you could do with these two events, you can do with promises in OData v4.
Come over. The camera is coming here. In the middle. Welcome.
So there should be no functionality missing in general with v4. You have promises which succeed or fail. You can work on that, and there are rare cases maybe with patches which you automatically repeat and where the promise does not fail, but then there's a separate event for that.
Good. Answers use promises. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
So, have we any further questions here in the room? Don't be shy. There's a hand, sorry, I didn't see it. I don't throw it if it's not necessary.
Hi, yeah. Thank you for answering the questions until now. I have a question. Now we see that AI agents can do so much when you enforce typing, and you want to best practices to enforce that new applications are built in TypeScript, and in the best case, old applications also should be migrated to TypeScript, just that they benefit from the typing. Are you planning to update also the UI5 SDK accordingly? Because I think all the samples are in JavaScript.
So what we did so far is what you have seen this morning in the keynote is that the tutorials had been moved to GitHub. We pulled it out from the demo kit. Also, it has many reasons why we did that. One is, for example, lifecycle, that we can do faster updates on that. But the other thing was also that we were able then with that we could write and provide you the examples in TypeScript and JavaScript. Originally, we only write them now in TypeScript when you look into that in a bit more detail. And then we have a conversion which converts the code back to JavaScript. At the end, it's removing the types, making it a little bit more nicer from that, what comes out of that. But at the end, this is for us also the goal. So TypeScript first in this kind of templates, tutorials, this is also what we at the end are now doing. And I think this is anyhow a good practice. So also we get a lot of feedback from that. So if you build TypeScript-based apps, you have the syntax checks properly, and this helps you overall then to come to a better quality of that. And as an easy side effect, then it's available in TypeScript and JavaScript, and yeah, that's a nice thing overall. So, but check out the tutorials there. It's on UI5 GitHub.io /tutorials. There you can find them, and you can also then toggle the templates or the tutorials then by having the switch on top right.
Yeah, and I think, let me maybe add one thing. It's also a good reminder. You have to rethink daily that paradigms or thinkings that you have in your mind can change on a daily basis. So the first reaction was, hey, changing all the samples might be too much effort. Now, maybe with AI, it's not, and we can automate it and do it in one, or maybe with a few shots, and do it in highly automated. So it's a fair ask also to talk to the colleagues and see what can be done. And
that's
maybe
really
if it's possible, we should do it, right?
Yeah,
so
that's a good point, Stefan, because the first two examples, the walkthrough and the quick start, this took us weeks to months to do it. And we moved now OData v4 and routing in one day. It's a complete different thing, yeah, because we also learned a lot, and we typed also what we did during the conversion of these tutorials from the SDK to the tutorials. And then we had an instruction set, and this went directly into skills.
It gets faster and faster, yeah.
This allowed us to do the migration even faster, and then the next time it would be even one more thing faster. Yeah,
yeah, a real benefit.
Good question.
I have just one more question, which is a little bit, I think, I don't know if you can answer that. I'm from the entity data, and we are RISE with SAP partner. And RISE says that we should work with clean core and ensure that we use the best practices. Do you think that the SAP will also add this to their RISE with SAP portfolio, that apps have to be built in TypeScript and that this will be more or less a best practice?
It's a best practice already, so we recommend this also to build it in TypeScript. But for sure, we don't force people doing that, yeah. But internally also we notice with the availability and the maturity of the TypeScript solution, more and more apps have changed to go to TypeScript because they benefit of that from refactorings, from a better tooling integration. Now maybe also the rest comes with JSX, TSX support, that you even there get one more level of support on that. And I think so I personally appreciate if people are recognizing the benefits of that and not pushing them, because pushing very often causes also a counter push.
Yeah, I think you'd also maybe add to that. I also have to check it now. I think you ask also a bit, can it go really into this high-level guidelines, how to implement this RISE? We have to talk to the colleagues and see whether it fits from the granularity, but it's worth to have a look and double-check whether it fits there or not. Yeah.
There are just questions about best practices in the project, and I don't know if they get included.
Maybe we can do it, maybe not for TypeScript alone, but maybe we can add a reference to the UI5 best practices for the Fiori application, something like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So we have a few minutes left for maybe one or two more questions in the room, if there is any.
Otherwise, the tough ones are coming back.
So, if there's no question in the room.
Online, maybe?
Online, there was also no question incoming anymore. So, are you eager to answer questions?
Do we have one more?
I guess the ones on the cards are almost answered.
Okay.
Not sure if I can give you one more. I thought it's mainly answered, but maybe you have to add something. With web components making React viable and also AI and agent abilities being pushed for UI5, do you think UI5 will have a future beyond being just a mediator structure for AIs to generate? So
UI5, as I said before, is a platform. It's more than just the components and the framework or the rendering. It's providing you a whole set of a platform, and I think this is also where I say this plays also in the future a major role, and I'm quite sure that even if there is AI there, UI5 will still be relevant in the future. More than relevant even because it's a very good foundation, as we said. From the beginning, it's typed, it's declarative, it's also consistent what it does, so we have really all the things at hand where at the end you can build up on top of that real good applications. Yeah, maybe things what we also were investigating recently is these agentic protocols, A2UI, JSON render, to also look into them a little bit more, that UI5 also plays a role in that, to be a player for these protocols, so that we at the end can also make sure that even on GenUI scenarios, even on these agentic pieces, yeah, we can also provide you a nice framework or a nice solution on top of that, which takes care about these renderings on that level, together with providing you this secure UI platform to be a good foundation where your apps are running on in the future.
Great.
Anything to add, Stefan? No? Yeah, I did it.
Thank you. So then, I would say, let's close the Q&A round, and let's thank Stefan and Peter
thank
for
you.
being brave. And I pass to Frederic.
Thanks a lot. Just one question. Can we bring the slides up on the screen? Yeah, I think they should be shared already. Good. Let's see if this works. No? Oh, maybe this one. This one or the left one? Okay. Yep. Oh God, no, please not. Not now. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, finally it's up. Okay, well, this ends a great day, I think. Really, really great discussions today. A lot of amazing talks, I have to say, very interesting. I mean, the notion of AI obviously is everywhere, and I think this question of how this will continue, we will see next year, definitely one more UI5con, and it's up to you as well to kind of shape how this story continues. Obviously, it's a community event. You've already seen a lot of great ideas from you, like how you want to take this to the next level and evolve this together with us, and I think that's kind of key of what we have to go. So thanks already a lot for all of the insights and I think inspirations also that we got from this, and really looking forward to what you can do. Before we wrap up, however, there's obviously a few things we should do. Like, first of all, as usual, we read all of the feedback that you give us for every conference. So it would really mean a lot if you could take these few minutes to share some feedback with us. It always helps us also to educate a little bit within the company, kind of what we do and how much you like it. Okay, so that would be great if you could do this as well today. Then, obviously, as mentioned already this morning, once again, a big thank you to all of the sponsors that helped us set up this event. One more round of applause, please, for them. It was really great having you. And thanks so much. And that's not all, obviously. These are also the people, or at least some of the people behind the scenes. Again, guys, without you, we could not have done this today. Really, really great. I loved all the decorations, and the whole day just went really super smooth. So thanks a lot to everybody in the room. I think someone even has a birthday today. Alex, happy birthday to you. And so, yeah, thanks so much, guys, for helping out. Now, before we get to a close, we always do one thing at the end of the talk. This is getting all the speakers and volunteers back up on stage for a little bit of a group photo and some final applause. So those of you that are still in the room, please join us up on stage. All right, and with this, we finally reached the end of today's conference. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for, hopefully spending the evening with us as well. There's food and drink outside as well. Would be great to see you. And for all who have to travel, safe travels back, and hopefully see you next year. Thanks. Bye.